And today we are dealing with a briefing by the Department of Economic Development and Tourism on the progress regarding the Port of Cape Town's container backlogs, briefing by Transnet on the progress regarding the Port of Cape Town's container backlogs, briefing by Transnet Freight Rail on the possibility of using the Belcon station to transport containers to the Cape Town container terminal via train to eradicate a possible backlog, and then possible in-camera session, which I will put to the members, briefing by Transnet at the Department of Public Enterprises on the recent cybersecurity attacks on the port, the nature and reasons for the cyber attack, impact on the Cape Town port terminals, what is being done to address the delays that has affected the container terminals in the Western Cape, and the steps to ensure that cyber attacks do not reoccur. I just want to put on record that the reason that we took the World Bank session off is simply because we are simply unable to get a hold of anyone at the World Bank. When you do get a hold of one person, they essentially send you from pillar to post to the next person and the next. So we are in communication with DDAT and Provincial Treasury to try and assist us to get someone to do the presentation, because as a committee we unanimously resolved that, if someone has written a report, we must somewhere get that person to come and present on the report they wrote, instead of us just making assumptions about why they wrote certain things in the report and what their particular metrics are. So it's not cancelled, but it is postponed until we are able to have some better communication in that respect. Colleagues, I think some of you are quite known to this committee, so I'm going to allow the members to first introduce themselves. I'll also table some apologies. And then I'll allow the respective delegations to introduce themselves. And then we're going to jump straight into the first presentation by DDAT, and then Transnet. And then we'll have question and answer sessions. And I just ask that Transnet, before we get to the cybersecurity section, that we just please pause so that I can put it officially to the members that we have an in-camera session. Unfortunately, in terms of our WCBP rules, we cannot determine that beforehand. We have to determine it in committee before the actual particular session starts. And the reason the committee resolved previously that we should have an in-camera session on that particular part is due to the nature of cybersecurity in general. We don't essentially want to give others a how-to lesson to have cybersecurity attacks on government departments. Should something come out of that we do not deem is confidential, then the committee will make a summary of it afterwards, but that is the determination of the committee. Colleagues online, if you could please introduce yourselves.
Good morning, Chairperson. Andreas van der Westhuizen, member of the committee.
Thank you so much. I do know Member Maseko also just noted an apology for running a few minutes late because she'll be joining us in person at the chamber. Are there any other members online? I see Member Maseko just joined us. Welcome. Okay, let's move over to the Department of Economic Development. I know HOD Fourie is also with us in his delegation.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Chairperson, unfortunately, I cannot be in chamber, but I am joining virtually. But I have got Chief Director John Peters and Acting Director Glenn Steyn, who's there in person, and they'll do the presentation. So good morning, everybody.
Thank you so much. Anyone else from DDAT that's online? If none, then DDAT in the chambers.
Hi, morning, John Peters, Chief Director at DDAT. Also leading the ease of doing business priority area.
Thank you so much. Transnet, Ms. Derby, if she's online.
Ms. Derby has got some connection problems, so she's going to try and join. But my name is Andrew Shaw, and I'm responsible for strategy and planning at Transnet Group.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Phyllis DeFito. I'm the Managing Executive for TNPA, the Western Region. Thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rajesh Tana. I'm the Port Manager at the Port of Cape Town.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. My name is Russell Baakis. I'm the Managing Executive for Transnet Freight Rail.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Yoli Sakani. I'm the Chief Business Development Officer.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pandana Munyai. I'm the Group CIO for Transnet. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Dimagazo Matsoha, and I am a board member at Transnet, sitting on the Risk Committee and the Corporate Governance Committee.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. My name is Kapei Wapatlamushaka. I'm the Chief Executive of Transnet Property.
Thank you. Okay, that is the full delegation. I also note Ms. Adams is also here with us. If the procedural officers also just want to introduce themselves here today, we have 3 with us today. Adams, officer.
Good morning, Lizette Pluter, Senior Procedural Officer.
Good morning, Masendle Motsape, Committee Assistant.
I also online, and thank you to Ms. Derby. Welcome. We saw you come online now. Okay, let's take that as a yes and amen. And just thank you to Mr. Siraj Hassam from IT, who's also with us here today. Okay, I received 1 apology from DG Mrs. Lakudia. Otherwise, I think with DDAT, we can jump straight into the first presentation. Mr. Free, is Mr. Peters, Mr. Stein, you're going to lead us into the presentation? Perfect, thank you so much.
That's correct, Chair. John Peters and Glenn are going to jointly do the presentation.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. Look, what we'd like to do is to maybe just overall just to sketch what we have achieved in terms of the partnership with all the stakeholders, especially Transnet. I think also to be very sober and blunt about the challenges that we face. I think more importantly, how we're going to be taking it forward. You know, I think this is a big ship, if you want to make the analogy. So it takes a lot to move the ship in a certain direction. And but I think the important part is how do we make that minor changes to make a difference to our stakeholders. Okay, so my presentation will be basically in 4 sections: the progress on the partner commitments, the DDAT commitment that we've actually put in terms of skin in the game, the impact on selected indicators, because at the end of the day, it's a matter of how have we impacted on service delivery, and then also the Transnet commitment that we received ongoing, and also especially at the session that we had on the 4th of February, and in summary and conclusion. Okay, so what we've done is just in terms of we had a stakeholder sessions for the past, I think, 2-3 years, and that joint stakeholders decided on certain priorities. So I think that was the start of us working together on this issue. Okay, and I think it's the first time it has been done, just I think in terms of the port. So it's very, very encouraging. So what we then try to do is ask ourselves, what has been the progress on all of these issues? So what I'm going to do is there's about 12 issues or priorities that have been identified. I'll then take 1 or 2 of it and just give you a rundown of how we actually looked at it in terms of progress, in terms of challenges also. So the first one is the priority of integrating data on containers delivered for export to create capacity. Let's see now. Sorry, I'm being placed on hold. I'm being placed on hold here. No. Okay, just check in. Check in. Okay, here we go. Okay. Is the presentation? Oh, okay. Thank you, Siraj. Right. So the first priority is integrate data on containers delivered for export to create capacity for export growth, prevent bottlenecks in terminal, and loss in the value of the cargo. So what we've done for all of these is we actually put a problem statement what we actually did to show the intervention that we, the result of that, and then importantly the way forward on that one. So just in terms of this problem statement, this excellent data parcels are kept by various agencies in the logistics chains, but it's not integrated into one. So what did we do? We assisted the 3 biggest export users of the port to integrate the container dispatch data and map the logistics chains. So the result of that is that the synchronization has been improved, okay, which will then reduce backlogs and potential loss of cargo, value of cargo when the terminal becomes congested. Now, just in terms of the way forward, is that we need to expand on the, let me just take this away. We need to expand on the synchronization between planners and warehouses in the storerooms. But importantly, from our side, we're looking at a partnership with Stellenbosch University in terms of the logistics department to improve that logistics chain. So in this particular priority, you'll see at the top, we've got a little robot indication which shows red, green, or amber, right? So this one is amber, which means we're progressing well on this one. Yeah, this amber. Okay. Okay, then the next one is improve the transporter turnaround time and provide truck staging area. I think we know what the problem is in terms of what we see if we look at Pardon Island. But the important part here is that from Transnet side, there's been a commitment to actually address the specific issue in the short term, albeit a temporary staging area. But we're going to be looking at the alleviation of that as a problem. Improve communication and logistics chain, maybe just overall on that one there. What we found was that because of all the many role players, there's generally a breakdown in communication. So what we've done with Transnet is to improve that whole communication, be it through a WhatsApp group or just basically being in contact with whoever's important in sorting out the logistics. I'm already kicked off again, Siraj. Okay, let's do this one. I had to click it here. Just checking. Is my net? Couldn't achieve to our network. Could you just check the network out to the Western Cape? Yeah, there we go. Lose connection.
We hear you well, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Assam is just quickly assisting us with the presentation because every now and then it's putting the presenter on hold. So if we could just bear with us, please. And we do have IT in the chamber with us in order to assist us. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so the port augmentation, I think this one was, this has been an issue that has been coming on a long time in terms of the inadequate equipment and also the breakdowns in the equipment. Just on that one, also again, in terms of the commitment from Transnet has been very encouraging in terms of bringing in new equipment, but then also looking at the augmentation of equipment in the longer term. Right. But yeah, can she?
Ms. Kluter, is it okay if we just ask Mr. Peters to take the presentation off and then you put it on from your side? I think there's a discrepancy between the government network and the parliamentary network that's putting Mr. Peters on hold every time. So if you can just put it on for us, it would be really appreciated.
Will do so, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. We are.
Okay, I'll stop sharing now.
Which one?
I'll stop sharing.
Yes. Which slide are we on? The slide.
Augmentation.
Augmentation on the port equipment augmentation slide with the 2 cranes there. Slide 7. Yes, that one. Thank you so much. Mr. Peters, you'll just have to indicate to Ms. Kluter each time
Okay,
you
will
want
do.
her to move the slide. Thanks.
Okay, so yeah, you can just move on to the next slide. Okay, so also the next one, the cost of estimating the cost of doing business in the Port of Cape Town. This has been an ongoing priority that we're busy with. I think on the one end we've made some good progress there, but just in terms of finalizing this, we need to be doing some work on this one. So if you can maybe just skip to the next slide. Okay, this is a priority that was done by Transit, and this has been almost completed. And maybe just go to the slide that gives the report card, so we can have an overall view of what has actually been achieved. Okay, moving on. Okay, this one, moving on. Moving on. This will be touched on by Transit also, and moving on. Moving on, it's the World Bank one. In the last one, yeah, okay. So if we look at so what we've done is we've almost taken a report card of what has been achieved, and we still have some problems. And if we look at the report card out of the 12, and I think it's important that the Transit colleagues will obviously be touching on these issues that we're actually noting there. And of that 12 commitments, we're looking at 4, 5, and 11, which I think we need to be paying attention to. Okay, just in terms of the progress not being, I think, adequate in terms of making a difference to service delivery. Next slide. Okay, so what is DDAT actually put into this partnership? It's important to note that the role that DDAT has been playing in terms of trying to resolve the issues in the port, right? So what we've done is we've got our input has been primarily providing research, providing evidence, so that systems can be improved and also processes can be improved. So just in terms of the three, we just took out three inputs that we've done. The one is the root causes of transporter congestion, which is a vexing issue. The next one was the export data integration, so we know exactly the when exports are going to be required, which will then obviously tell you when there's a potential bottleneck at the port, and then obviously the stakeholder workshop, which has become important to bring everyone together. And if you look on the last column of that thing, there's been quite a good impact on what actually needed to be addressing the problem, right? Next slide. Okay, so at the end of the day, like I said, we need to ask ourselves soberly and very bluntly, so what is all these things, how is these things impacted on, almost want to call it key indicators. Now, if you look at the World Bank, there's quite a few indicators that looks at port efficiency. So what we did was we just chose selected ones, some which actually is almost an overall one that where there's subcomponents that feed into the specific indicator. So the first one is the number of TEUs landed and shipped. And if we note there, we'll see that the number of TEUs moved in Cape Town has been actually dropping since 2019. Okay, so this is obviously a concern given that we are having a situation where we're going to have increased export in terms of the better yields on our export products, such as the citrus and the grapes, table grapes. Next slide. Okay, then also this is a stat that we get from a company called LinerNet, and they do sort of their own independent evaluations or measurements. And what we find here is if we look at the average vessel waiting time, right, that it is actually quite concerning, because you're looking at almost in December, you're looking at almost 200 hours, right? So you'll notice that's when the peak of the exports are in terms of perishable products. And again, I think Glenn, if I asked you the last time, what would be the sort of average you're looking at, how many hours worldwide, globally?
Birthing day of arrival.
Birthing day of arrival. So already we can see we've got some real challenges with regard to this one. The next challenge, let's sorry, the next slide. Okay, then this is the next slide. Okay, then the next slide is the average vessel time on berth. In other words, when the vessel has berth, and how long does it take to actually sort out that vessel? And we also see that we're looking at 100 hours. Okay, again coinciding. If you look at December at 100 hours compared to the rest of the month, simply it's because of the surge in export during that time, the perishables exports. Next slide. Okay, the Transnet commitment, I think this is an important thing because what has happened is that there was a culmination of these things that have sort of built up, and I think with the arrival of the two new persons, Rajesh and then Phyllis, I think there's almost a renewed feeling of let's get on with the business, right? So what we've done is, and I think this was the commitment that was done by Rajesh and also Wandisa, the managing executive, and again it ties in perfectly with the almost stakeholder priorities that have been decided upon. And I can say again, Transit will probably be touching on all of these issues. The first one is continued data integration, which sort of touches on the first one. Second one, the important one, is improvements of equipment fleet and operational availability of equipment, okay, which will obviously improve your efficiency. And then the other one is the provision of additional plug points for the reefers and to facilitate provision as needed. The next one is facilitate and expedite the provision of adequate truck parking facilities, and I noted that in the presentation, that temporary staging area. And then importantly, plan and incorporate appropriate risk mitigation for the adverse weather in the harbour. And you'll note, if Transit was to do their presentation that we picked up the last time, the number of days that have been lost only in December, I think, and also in January, in terms of because of weather and because of wind, right? And then explore opportunities for private sector participation. This comes from the President's call for corporatization. So we're going to look at how that can be taken forward. And then improve synchronization in the port logistics chain and increase the use of the night shift. And this was a commitment made at our fourth meeting, or the fourth, where there was a call from the industry, from the table grape guys and the deciduous guys to say, look, can't we seriously look at a night shift thing? And then Transit will probably highlight to you that it's quite a complex thing where you need all the role players to actually be part of it. The last one is publication and monitoring appropriate container terminal performance indicators. I think that's an important thing in terms of transparency, so that we all know what is happening or what is not happening, and jointly address it. Next slide. Yeah. So okay, in summary and conclusion, right? I think the first one is that we are chipping away at the longer term commitments. We're making steady progress on that, and it's very encouraging. I think the second one, there's been a great immediate response to individual customer requests for assistance, the cases. Now, I just want to, I had that previously in the presentation, but the fact that we've got Glen in the port and we've got a network means that if that rooibos exporter has a problem, he or she has access to us. We then have access to a network to expedite whatever needs to be done. And that's the difference that you can make to business. You know, you're making a difference to that one starfish, like I said. The next one, however, there's more work needed on the following: improving the key indicators, the average vessel waiting time, and the concomitant impact on in-your-face problems. And the in-your-face problems, like I say, I lived in the Tableview area, and previously when I used to drive on the beach road, I used to like seeing ships. Now, I don't like seeing ships because it means that the ships are not berthing, right? And when I come towards work, I drive through Pardon Island and I like trucks, but I don't like to see trucks on that side. So those are the in-your-face stuff that we need to be addressing, because that is what stakeholders are complaining about, and it's symptomatic of bigger problems. So as we move forward, I think it's important that we solidify the partnerships to improve delivery and client service. Right? We need to be working together on this one. Next one, support Transnet in delivering on the commitments. Right? How can we help? How can we help you? And we help each other. The next one, this is what we came from the ministers' meeting that we're going to be discussing with Transnet. Propose a formalization of the reporting and accountability structure among the agencies, official and political levels, so we don't get the lines blurred. You know, in terms of who's reporting to who. How many forums do we have? I mean, does Transnet engage only with DDAT, or is it with Transport and Publics? How do we actually get ourselves all sort of organized in terms of our own planning, right? So what we're looking at here is weekly and monthly operational coordination engagements on different levels, reporting on agreed upon priorities. So that when we meet and we asking ourselves, in terms of this priority of port augmentation equipment, how far are we on that? Because in that way, we can actually measure the partnership and importantly, measure the progress in terms of those priorities. And I think the last one there is, and we've taken this from the PDI methodology that we use in the war room, is what do we escalate to the higher level so what we call the authorizers can actually take action and also take note of what the challenges are. So, Chair, that's the last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're going to move straight over to the briefing by Transnet, and then we'll have some questions and answers, and then we'll take a break after the second presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Perhaps if I can ask if Portia Dobby is online. She has an audit committee meeting at 9, so she said she was going to try and join us. So if she could give a brief introduction if she's on. She did have some network challenges earlier. If she's not on, then I'll just proceed with the presentation.
Ms. Derby, are you with us?
I am. I really suggest, Andrew, that you just go ahead and start. I think when for questions, try to hang on as long as to that time.
Ms. Derby, and we're not hearing you very well. Perhaps if you just sit maybe closer to your mic. Okay, no problem. We will then start from the side in the chamber. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thanks for accommodating us here today. It's an honor to be here. We have a team from Transnet around us. I won't introduce everybody. They've introduced themselves, and we have a number of people from Transnet online, from all the operating divisions, and also from our CRO in respect of the cyber security issues. So we have a presentation that deals with each one of those items, which I believe have been raised with you before. So we've tried to respond as best as we can to some of the previous requests that you've had of us. And thank you very much for the presentation, which highlights, I guess, a number of the aspects that we already know, but that we're working very hard to try and address. So we'd like to give you some feedback around some of those. I'm not sure if we could go to slide 2. I just have 2 lead-in introduction slides. So from an overall strategy perspective, I'll just paint a very brief picture, and then I'll hand over to Phyllis, I think is the first person up there after. Yes, Phyllis from TNPA. So let me just deal with those first 2 slides. Essentially, just to say that from Transnet's perspective, our strategy is aligned to addressing 9 key segment strategies or industry-facing strategies, which is on the next slide. But in undertaking that, we have a focus around looking at partnerships, driving out the value chains in these different segments, taking into account that Transnet is extremely balance sheet constrained at this point in time. So a lot of the issues that you have around equipment, we can resolve, but what we can't do is initiate expenditure that creates enormous balance sheet constraints for us. So we are addressing capacity expansion challenges in the ports, and we'll talk to that. We have a significant program of rail reform, and Russell is online. He will deal with that. We're looking for partnerships for growth. We are creating some open access principles that we will talk to that have a direct impact on the agricultural community, which is, I know, one of the key stakeholders in this particular province. In respect of the partnerships, what we're trying to identify is how do we bring partners into each of the value chains that we serve. We are not doing this as a way of creating privatization per se. What we are doing is identifying where partnerships can help us drive value and drive volume and improve our sustainability. So those are our key focus areas. The overall segment strategy is translated into a kind of mutually beneficial set of value chain delivery requirements. And at the back of that, we have a set of KPIs that we use to drive the business. And a lot of that is focused around performance, volume, and our ability to sustain profitability within Transnet. So if I could go to the next slide, I'll just talk to the 9 key segments quickly, and then I'll hand over to TNPA. So from our perspective, containers and intermodal is a key element of both the manufacturing as well as the agricultural economy. Most agricultural products have shifted into reefers or are moved in dry containers. We need to improve our competitiveness in this, and this is something that we acknowledge. Our key focus here is to bring in partners in Coega and the Port of Durban. But in the case of Cape Town Container Terminal, we wish to equalize capacity, create rail realignment, and enhance the profitability and performance of the Cape Town Container Terminal. We know there are constraints around equipment. We are addressing these. We've had a number of engagements with key customers, particularly agricultural customers. So we understand the challenges that need to be addressed. So in the remaining slides, we will talk to some of these. In respect of manganese, the Port of Cape Town has been a sort of supplementary channel for manganese miners. We actually wish to shift manganese away from the Port of Cape Town to open up capacity in this terminal or in this port, and focus on manganese at Saldanha and Coega as 2 export channels. In terms of agriculture, fruit and grain, we know that we have challenges around the timing within the port. So we're targeting agri-logistics solutions. We wish to bring the private sector in. We will talk to that in some of the later slides at a rail level to help us to develop certain agri-hubs in a partnership, and also to provide increased rail services between those hubs and the respective ports, particularly the Port of Cape Town. And we'll talk to our focus on cold chain logistics solutions, as well as the branch line assets which we have within the Western Cape, but also in the areas serving the Western Cape, where we believe there's an opportunity for smaller rail providers to serve those branch lines on a concession basis and enhance exports from deeper rural areas. At this point, I would like to hand over to Phyllis De Fato, who is the Managing Executive of the Western Region of Transnet National Ports Authority. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the good background, Seth, and it's very helpful because following from that, we will put in the strategies that are put for the ports to support and also to align with the strategy, the segment strategy that was put forward. Before I can go into the presentation, which has got very few slides, I would love to also indicate that our Chief Executive, Mr. Pepe Silinga, indicated he will be online, and would love to apologize if he's not there. But we are definitely mandated that we should proceed together with the team that is around to give the brief presentation. If we can go to the next slide. The presentation is going to focus on the port development plans in support of the issues that John covered as they were discussed in the previous meetings and stakeholder involvement or engagements. One thing that I would also love to bring forward is that as we are talking about the segment strategy for the National Ports Authority as the authority and also the landlord port, we come up with plans that are to support the initiatives that we have had that they have to take place to support that strategy. So one of the key things that I think we should mention over and above the developmental plans that we put forward is the oversight role that we also have to strengthen from the Port Authority side in line with the National Ports Act, that we need to play that oversight role to our terminal operators so that whatever we put forward as part of the development plans, they are also going to meet the standards and the requirements that we put forward for them. And the instruments that we put forward to make sure that that oversight role comes into effect appropriately is the terminal operators agreement that we sign with the terminal operators, the licenses that we sign as well, the KPIs that we set forward for the terminal operators. So over and above the landlord function and the structures that we can put forward for the terminal operators, we also have to monitor their performance. And one key thing that I think should come into place today is, as much as we've got our sister company, TPT, within us, as a terminal operator, they do have to perform according to the standards that we set for all the terminal operators. So that is just one key that I think it's important we flag on it as we are indicating the infrastructure developments and plans that we put forward. Now, for the Port of Cape Town, particularly because the discussion has been sent around the Port of Cape Town, its strategy, it's about new business development, stakeholder engagement, port authority oversight, and that is what I was emphasizing earlier, human capital management, and also harnessing technological improvements in port operations. What is key on that as well is that the port has got a vision to be the premium, smart, competitive, customer-centric people's port, providing world-class infrastructure and delivering premium maritime services. So that is, in a nutshell, how are we positioning ourselves as the Port of Cape Town? If we go to the next slide now, in terms of some of the challenges that we have experienced and that led us to relook as we review our development plans, is that we realized that within the port, something which is very key, as the previous presenter indicated on the container side as one of the segments, that we do have capacity challenges. And the constraints are particularly not mainly on the overall container side. We have realized that on the container side, on the water side, we do have the expected capacity, which is 1.4 million TEUs. And we've realized that we are short on the land side where we are at 1 million TEUs. So we need to improve capacity on that basis. Now, looking at that as well, we have realized challenges around the depth that is required within the port, because as time goes, we are now experiencing and welcoming much bigger vessels, and we need to make sure that our depth as well is there to accommodate the bigger vessels as technology advances. So now, currently, as we can see, that the port handles about 330-meter container vessel versus the customer demands, which is about 351 meters. So we want to make sure that we accommodate that. The entrance channel as well, we've realized that we need to go deeper as well and have a depth of about 18 meters. The turning base as well, we need to advance on that one. Now, quickly just touching on the operational inefficiencies, we have realized that that also becomes a challenge. And as we are going to advance our port development plans, we need to take into account what can we do to align with the terminal operators to make sure that they improve on the efficiencies. Another thing that we've also picked up, it's about the port congestion that we have to address. And as John earlier indicated, the truck staging area. And indeed, we've committed, John, that we are going to utilize the temporary truck holding stage that we are busy working on. And we have given ourselves very tight timelines that we meet that, because the current project on the truck staging area, it's determined to be completed by 2023-2024 financially. So within that period, we still have to address the trucks that are occupying our routes. And that is what we have committed that will definitely deliver on it. And if we can go to the next slide, just to indicate the current view of the port with the short-term plans that we have put in place. Having identified all those inefficiencies and the challenges we're experiencing, we are saying we need to do key things, and we have highlighted here 3 of them, which are sitting here on the right-hand side. We need to fast-track the container terminal phase 2B project, which is also listed in the segment strategy that the previous presenter also covered on. Our chief strategy has already referred to. The other thing we said, we need to make sure that the truck staging facility is to be completed, as I said, by 2023-2024 financial year. To fill the gap for the problem we currently experience, we are working on that short-term measure, which we are definitely going to meet the deadline we set for ourselves for this year. If I can be precise, we were looking at the end of March 2022. Again, we want to partner with Transnet Property to develop the Columback to unlock opportunities for the Port of Cape Town, the container terminal, and also looking at the back of the port logistics park. And I know that this point is also one of the items that from Transnet Property they have been tasked to look into. Not wasting time on how on the left-hand side the port is structured. I just wanted to focus on the plans that we have put forward to address the inefficiencies that I've already mentioned in the previous slide. If we can move to the next slide. And whilst we're moving to the next slide, I would love to indicate that the short-term time frames, we are looking at a period of about 5 years. And if you can see at our port development framework plans, we are anticipating and planning up to a period of 2048. And that includes even the long-term plans. Now, within the period now, medium to long-term, the layout as indicated in the port, we can see as number one, that the container terminal phase 3 expansion, where we are looking at the seaward reclamation, and again, one additional berth, including the widening, deepening of the entrance channel to accommodate those bigger vessels. And again, the Kulenberg site to be fully developed as a full on the back of the port logistics park. So these are the initiatives that we are putting in place to accommodate the strategy that's been set forth and also to support the other operating divisions that we work on. I will stop here for now in terms of the port development plans, and my colleagues who are going to take us through the other initiatives, they will cover some other issues. I don't know from Rajesh, you have anything that you'd love to add?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Phyllis. Phyllis, I do believe you've comprehensively covered Transnational Ports Authority's presentation. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's presenting from TPT.
Okay.
Ngobile,
Good morning. We're going to have two presenters from TPT. Ngobile will take us through the container terminal, City, and Siyabonga will take us through the presentation for City MPT. Over to you, Ngobile. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Morning to all members, to Transnet colleagues, and everyone who's joining on the virtual team site. I'm Ngobile Ndlovu, the acting terminal manager for Cape Town Container Terminal. I was here the last time. Yes, I do know your face, Madam Chair. We were flanked the last time by the MEs, so today it's our turn to present. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be taking you through to Cape Town Container Terminal, taking the lead from Dr. Andrews as well as Advocate Phillips' presentation. I will highlight some of the challenges that we face and what are the strategic interventions that we're putting in place to ensure that, one, we improve in terms of productivity, we increase the volume throughput as indicated by Advocate Phillips. We have an installed capacity of 1.4 TEUs. However, we are only executing 1 million TEUs. Even that 1 million TEUs, we do not meet come the financial year. So I will be taking you through some of those challenges as well as what are we doing to ensure that we get to the 1 million TEU as well as to exceed and execute the 1.4 TEUs. Presented is the weather delays that we face in Cape Town Container Terminal, which also amounts to the berthing delays that was highlighted by my colleague John Peters when he was highlighting some of the weather delays as well as berthing delays in the month of December. It talks to the information that he was presenting. If we look at last year alone, we had berthing delays of 1,450 hours. Year to date on this financial year, we are sitting at 629 hours that we've lost already in terms of berthing delays. If we look at the wind, fog, as well as ranging. So we have three types of weather delays that we experience in Cape Town. It is fog that we experience during winter season. Ranging, pardon me, not fog. We have ranging that we experience during winter season. And then we have fog that cuts across throughout the entire year. And then during our summertime, which is our peak time in terms of our deciduous season, we have wind. If we look at last year, we lost 1,455 hours, which amounts to 60 days that we lost of productivity, which is a lot. That is 2 months that we lost out of the entire year. Year to date, we are sitting at 1,622, and we have not even completed the year. We've already exceeded the amount of time we lost last year. We are sitting at 67 days that we've lost, which is slightly above 2 months. We know that we are currently in our peak season, and we are competing against wind. And part of those challenges is that we lose productivity, which impacts vessel turnaround time, increases berthing delays, which reduces the export of cargo, culminating to the impact in terms of our economic growth. If we zoom in just on the month of January alone, Madam Chair, this is the scary picture that we face on a day-to-day basis. You look at the amount of delays that we had as a result of wind, only 7 days in the month of January, where we managed to work productively without any interruption. If you look at the 25th of Jan, we lost the entire day. On average, we are losing about 12 hours or so a day, which impacts on our productivity. But I will talk on the solutions that we are putting in place. I'm not here just to highlight the challenges that we are facing. And then if we compare, we have 2 seasons. Cape Town is predominantly a reefer terminal as compared to other terminals. And we have 2 seasons. We have the citrus season that runs through winter, and then we have the deciduous season that runs through summer. And the volumes that are being exported through Cape Town are higher than volumes in other regions. If we look at just the citrus volumes alone, Cape Town, which includes City as well as City MPT, we export citrus season 47,119 containers. That's just containers, Madam Chair. We are talking about 63,000 TEUs if we convert that into TEUs on the citrus season versus the KZN as well as the Eastern Cape region. So when you look at the citrus season, the volumes are diversified, meaning that the customers are able to spread the risk and make sure that the terminals are all being utilized. So we utilize Eastern Cape as well as KZN as well as Western Cape. It allows for cushioning of any interruption in terms of weather and any other impact. But when you look at the volumes that we execute during citrus season, which is 42,000 containers or 47,000 containers combined with MPT, and we move to the right-hand side and we look at the deciduous season. So 84% or 86% of the deciduous season is exported, or deciduous cargo is exported through Western Cape. So the diversification in terms of risk is only limited, majority of it is limited to the Western Cape. Understandably so, Madam Chair, because most of the fruits are within the precinct of the Western Cape. So in terms of logistic cost, that is highlighted by my colleagues, Mr. Kleinstein, as well as Mr. John Peters, it becomes expensive for growers to transport cargo to the Eastern Cape and transport cargo to the KZN facility. They are doing it on road. Hence the integration in terms of the solutions we are bringing about, which was highlighted by Dr. Andrews, in terms of rail solutions, so that we can be able to provide a reliable and a very cost-effective solution for the growers in ensuring that the product does not end up staying in South Africa. It reaches the European market that it's supposed to reach. So those are the solutions that we're looking into. So the current risk is that all the volumes are being exported through Western Cape. Now, the challenge that we face, if we look at the weather pattern, from October all the way until through April, that is during our peak wind season. Last year alone, during the same season, we lost 39 days during that season. So as it is our peak in terms of volumes, it's also our peak in terms of wind. Now, there's a distinguishing factor between ranging, which is also a weather delay, as well as wind. Wind, Madam Chair, brings the terminal to a complete halt. You cannot bring cargo to the terminal. You cannot export in terms of loading cargo onto the vessels. Comparing it with ranging, similar type of weather delay, you are still able to service your land side. So your terminal remains fluid because you are able to do import evacuations. You are able to bring in cargo from outside. Now, what does that mean? It means that during citrus, as much as we experience ranging, you don't get an impact where the fruit cannot be picked, cannot be packed, because cold storages are full, because the terminal is closed and the terminal has reached capacity, which is the phenomenon that we are faced with when it comes to the deciduous season. So with the deciduous season, the challenge is that once the terminal comes to a complete halt as a result of wind, we stop servicing even landside. Now, when the weather pattern changed significantly and necessitates that the growers must pick the fruit, because it also depended on weather, they can't pick the fruit because the pack houses are full. Pack houses are full because the terminal is closed. The terminal is also full because we have not been able to load the cargo. It then creates that knock-on impact that frustrates the system. And we understand it as a terminal, and we are always finding solutions and communicating ahead with customers to ensure that at least they plan their logistics better. So we have even created WhatsApp platform. The last time we were here, we said that we're going to intensify communication with customers, and we've done that. We've created at least 4 groups that consist of about 250 members. So we are communicating on a daily basis with at least 1,000 people in terms of terminal operations and interruptions, giving them forecast in terms of what can they expect in the next hours and the next days, so that they are able to plan their logistics better. We are integrating our plans with Balcon Solution in terms of them accommodating customers to also support the hinterland, because when it comes to the volumes that we are handling, it has to be supported by a strong base in terms of hinterland, so that we can ensure that the terminal remains fluid. It becomes a gateway throughput facility. It does not become a holding stock, because it will not work for the terminal. So it has to be underpinned by a strong hinterland, which is what Dr. Andrews talked to about. Just to highlight in terms of other challenges that we have faced, we have, all right, sure. So we have, I'll try to be fast. We have challenges in terms of vessels by, yes. Oh, definitely, I'll do that, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. So, Madam Chair, other challenges that we've been facing, growing concerns, is that of vessels bypassing. I'm sure it has landed perhaps in these chambers as well, complaints in terms of vessels bypassing. I would like to give context. So we've got vessel cancellations and omissions. Now, this talks to vessels that are bypassing, vessels that are omitting, and vessels that are delayed along ports in Africa, as well as blank sailings. So these are vessels that were supposed to come into South Africa, but did not come as a result of the challenges that I mentioned. So weather delays, currently year to date, we are sitting at 25% of vessels that have omitted Cape Town as a result of weather delays. System disruption, we did have a system disruption this year. So we had a disruption where we lost about 10% of vessels as a result of the disruption. Operating delays amounts to 3%, vessels that have bypassed as a result of that. And then delays in Africa, as well as blank sailings in delays in West Africa and Europe, that amounts to 21%, as well as 32% in terms of blank sailings. So there has been a shift in terms of priority from shipping lines, Madam Chair. We have seen articles highlighting the revenue generated by shipping lines, where they've been able to fetch much better prices in other markets as compared to perhaps service in South Africa. Reefer cargo used to be a premium cargo, but that has changed due to COVID and the demand. Shipping lines are now fetching better prices in terms of your general containers. So there has been a shift in their business model as well, which amounts to the 32% that you see of blank sailings, because there is only a limited number of vessels that they can use to utilize in terms of a rotation. So the 32% that talks to blank sailings could be attributed to the better prices that they are fetching in other markets that we have no total control of. Where we have control is where we had the disruption, where systems have been put to ensure better controls. Operating delays, where we've got 3%, where we are working in terms of reliability for our equipment, ensuring that we improve on our efficiencies. I'm now going to take you through, Madam Chair, in terms of recommendations that were made by World Bank. We had a World Bank study that was done. They visited our ports, which was Durban as well as Gqeberha Container Terminal. Yeah, it's Gqeberha. So, so part of the recommendations they made from a customer perspective as well as TPT perspective, we are advised to ensure that there is enough berthing capacity that exists to weather the backlogs of weather. So we need to be able to service vessels enough when we have backlogs. Now, this talks to us being able to even divert vessels from Western Cape to Eastern Cape to allow for the flexibility. So we've managed to do that, or diverting vessels from the main terminal, CTCT to CTMPT. During this trying time, we have been able to divert some of the vessels from CTCT to CTMPT, but it's also subject to the length restrictions as well as the draft restrictions that Advocate Phyllis was talking about. So it's not all vessels that can be diverted. It also depends on the cargo position of those vessels. Where is it concentrated? What is going to be the cost of diverting those vessels to other terminals? It also talks to the recommendations in terms of planner training. Planning is a core and critical skills when it comes to port efficiency and port sustainability. So planner training becomes a critical component for us to develop and continuously develop our planners. As we are seeing the seasoned and veterans leaving the systems, we need to ensure that we have enough succession pool for the incoming generation to continue and ensure that there's sustainability and growth in terms of operating our terminals. Developing a customer performance metrics monitor, utilizing opportunities in terms of our system. So we also introduced a truck booking system in the month of October, which has been warmly received. I use the word warmly purposely, Chair, because it will never entirely be accepted. It has been implemented in the Durban ports, and it's still also lukewarm in those Durban ports. It is meant to regulate traffic flow to the terminal so that we avoid having congestion. A case in point, yesterday we were windbound from 1400s. Until now we are windbound. We have at least over 1,500 trucks that were booked from yesterday, including the appointments of today. So what is going to happen, Chair, if you were to drive now on Duncan Road and Padding Island, as my colleague John Peters was saying, you will find queues and queues and queues of trucks. Now, those queues of trucks are appointments of yesterday and appointments of today. They are all coming to be serviced as soon as the terminal leaves windbound. The intention is for them to be serviced. Now, that's what the appointment system does. It avoids a concentrated peak where everyone wants to be serviced in a specific hour, which is just the morning shift as well as the afternoon shift. It aggregates the volumes throughout the 24-hour operation so that we do not have queues and queues of trucks. Now, with the truck staging area, we can be able to then avoid, even after weather interruption, having trucks queuing up, because the trucks can be accommodated into a truck staging area to avoid the congestion at the terminal. And then we can seamlessly accommodate the trucks into the terminal at a faster and efficient rate. Hence, the temporary truck staging area that is being developed, there is one that Mr. Glenn and I are working on as well inside the terminal. We call it the terminal truck staging area. It can only accommodate about plus minus 40 trucks. It's better than nothing. So we are putting those solutions in place and ensuring that we work with the industry to bring about the necessary immediate solutions while we are embarking on the long-term truck staging area, which is also going to assist in terms of automation of our gates. Also, other recommendation was to prepare commercial and ensure that our terminal handling charges are applied in terms of gate transactions that are missed when it comes to the appointment system. So we do have people who book appointments but don't pitch up. Now that takes away capacity that could have been utilized by another person. So we always encourage on those WhatsApp groups, we post people who have not utilized the slot. So we are promoting recommendations to promote peak times. If I move, Chair, to customer recommendations, to address behaviors in terms of cargo gates in, as well as storage and deadlines. So what we find in many cases is that vessels will come without them being approved. Vessels will come with shortage of cargo, understandably so, because when you have weather interruption, you cannot bring in cargo as fast as possible to the terminal. Now that impacts on the efficiency. So when you want to measure the terminal's performance in terms of our gross moves per hour, such impacts that. So we need to find ways of improving that in collaboration with shipping lines. I will move, Chair, to, if you can move to the next slide. So part of the solutions that we're embarking on is automation. The slide that is in front of you depicts countries that have moved with the fourth industrial revolution, that have moved to technological ways of doing business. So we have terminals that are fully automated and we have terminals that are semi-automated. Understanding our economy and the need for job creation, Madam Chair, it would be reckless for us to fully automate. So we are going into a semi-automation solution that is going to bring about reliability and improve efficiency. I will just jump straight to a slide that I will highlight overview in terms of what will be the gains of semi-automation. So with the delays that we face, weather delays as well as sometimes delays as a result of carbon emission fumes from vessels, particularly when we are during reefer season, we have quite a lot of stoppages as a result of that. As much as our equipment can run all the way until 90 kilometers an hour, taking into human factor, we do have a safe stoppage where we say at 72 for old RCGs, at 80 kilometers for our waterside cranes, we have to bring about this operation to a stop so that it is safe for the person who is sitting 40 meters above ground to operate. So introduction of the automation will enable us to fully utilize the design of the machine so we can work all the way until 90 kilometers. We'll be able to improve our average GCH gross crane moves an hour from 20 to 30. And if we look at a benchmark from Barcelona as well as some of the European terminals, they were able to semi-automate and improve their performance. They are currently executing at 35 crane moves an hour. We are just targeting 30. They are doing 220 in terms of ship working hour. They've improved their TEUs to 2 million and their truck turnaround time to 35 minutes per hour. So this talks to us in terms of developing our employees so that they are able to remotely control the equipment. This will also improve their health and economics because it's going to be a better control environment as the current exposed environment in terms of operating on a particular equipment. Madam Chair, there is another slide or two more slides. We can just, I've highlighted, given information on that. We can just move to the next slide. Highlight overview, these are imminent plans that we are working on. Truck appointment system and the utilization of nights. We have seen great strides from the industry in terms of utilizing night shift, where we have seen benefits. Last week alone, Madam Chair, one can report that at Waterside, we almost did the target Mr. Glenn has given us of 20,000 TEUs. We fall short. We did 19,628 TEUs. We lost hours on the last day, which was Sunday, as a result of the weather delay that we had. So we could have done 20,000 TEUs. But we saw a very huge improvement in terms of night shift utilization, where 16% of last week was utilized on night shift, which is quite a lot of huge improvement. We did about 1,200 trucks as compared to the 3% utilization of 400 trucks. So we've been collaborating with other industry stakeholders. There are pack houses that have indicated that they can move cargo at night. So we are having those joint focus sessions with industry to see how best can we utilize the 24-hour operation so that we can improve cargo delivery and throughput to the terminal. We are partnering with OEMs in terms of our equipment reliability. We are going to be contracting labor to look at our labor cranes and assist in terms of reliability. We did suffer quite a lot of breakdowns, particularly in the month of December leading to Jan. And then we are also partnering with our sister terminals, Nuha as well as Durban colleagues who are supporting us from an engineering front, as well as from a space availability front. We're also recruiting fixed-term TAVs to ensure that we have enough supply in terms of our labor to deliver performance that is required. Madam Chair, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to see, because I see the next one is, oh no, sorry, it's on the same topic. Thanks.
We will quickly move over to City MPT. It will be a very short one. Siyabonga will quickly take us through. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues online. Good morning, the members. Thank you for affording an opportunity to take you through my presentation. I'll be very brief and quick for City MPT. I'll just touch over in terms of the overview for Cape Town MPT, the challenges for 2021 and recovery plans that we've implemented thus far. Starting with the first challenge was mainly on insufficient container handling equipment, in particular on water side, land side, as well as rail activities. So we have now dedicated resources for all the activities in the terminal. With the acquisition of the third mobile harbor crane, which is Liva 600, that was delivered and commissioned. It was fully assembled, delivered in Cape Town on the 16th of December. We also received in January 6 additional haulers to support landside as well as water side. We also received 5 additional straddle carriers to support water side, landside, as well as rail activities. We also had some challenges around poor mobile harbor crane reliability. That mostly talks to where we had services that we've lost due to one mobile harbor crane that was operational in the month of October as well as November. However, we've recovered. To sustain and keep the plan healthy, we contracted with the OEMs to strengthen the maintenance regime for our mobile harbor cranes that allow us to adhere to major equipment interventions, which talks to major components replacement. Landside infrastructure was also our major challenge in terms of uneven surface in the port. We've seen that there's currently a rail siding upgrade that is currently underway that is estimated to complete around April. We've also partnered with our sister company RNC. They're currently busy doing a short-term solution to address pavement and pothole repairs. That immensely contributed to steering system failures within our landside equipment. We also focused in terms of the challenges. There was the reliability of service delivery impacted vessels, scheduled reliability, mainly was your Amex vessels, which are predominantly US trade, as well as AIMS, West Africa and Middle East. These 2 key trades, Madam Chair, mainly focus in terms of estimated TEUs is 90,000 TEUs per annum. We also have limited reefer plug points. However, with the additional generator that we've acquired, we've ramped up from 300 plug points to 350 to accommodate reefer exports. Moving to the next slide. Just giving an overview in terms of the Amex services that we've serviced for this financial year. It is a weekly service. The trade is US 100%. Container category average call size for the Amex vessel is 600 containers. The maximum call size for containers when empty, reefer is important. In terms of imports and exports, it's 1,000 containers. In terms of our reefers, min to max is from 200 to 250 export reefers per call for the Amex vessels. So in terms of annual volumes, the estimated export reefer, the budget for this financial year currently, we budgeted 12,760 TEUs. However, to date, from April to January, we're currently sitting at 10,374. With the reliability on the water side, we've seen now a great appetite for CTMPT. More vessels are calling in, and we do have back-to-back vessels calling at CTMPT. I'll move to the next slide. The next slide just depicts in terms of our equipment availability as well as our reliability. Just to mention as well, in terms of the key focus area is looking at the end of life cycle of our equipment, which is key in terms of preventative and proactive maintenance, in ensuring that we're maintaining the asset to support its performance over time. So with the acquisition of the new crane in December, we've seen quite a huge improvement in terms of our water site, as well as having a technical allowance in terms of redundancy to allow the technical team to do planned maintenance windows. In terms of water side, in terms of straddle carriers, we've also seen more stability after the receipt of 5 straddle carriers last year. So currently there's a total fleet of 7 straddle carriers in service. No, we don't have money. We don't have more money, if I may say, Chairperson.
Chair, if I may assist on that one, we actually had to relocate from PE because of the demand. On the PE side, we then had to, it was a brand new machine that we had to relocate to Cape Town to assist the site because of the demand. We still don't have money.
No, we still don't have money, Madam Chair, but we are pushing the terminal to be viable so that we can make our balance sheet very much healthy in order for us to acquire more reliable equipment or new equipment. So one of the lessons learned that I can just mention over time, if you don't schedule your planned maintenance, your equipment will schedule itself. So it's quite critical for us to ensure that we adhere to maintenance interventions. I think in short, Chair, I'll stop there for now. The next slide is just showing the profile of the model and the plans for CTMPT, which I think everyone is aware currently how we are set up. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. And the last 2 slides, Andrew Shaw, Dr. Andrew covered in his opening. Thank you so much.
I don't know if you wish to take questions at this point, because we then move into rail and then after that cybersecurity. So there's sort of distinct areas that we might want to look at.
I think, colleagues, let's take a short 10-minute break, because I suspect that some of the questions on the first 2 presentations might also be covered in the rail section in terms of how we can eradicate some of the backlogs, because the whole first session is essentially about the backlogs at the port. So let's take a 10-minute break, and then we go on to the next presentation, and then we do questions and answers on everything. I just want to correct one thing on this particular presentation. It says at the background, okay, it's maybe not in the presentation online, that we didn't email the invite to the minister, but we did. So I asked the procedural officer just to pull up the letter that we sent on the 14th of December, and it was to Minister Gordon, the DG, and Ms. Derby. So I just want to put that on record, because I see on your slide you say we didn't write to the minister, but we did. So I just want to, I'm not sure where the communication gap was, but we just quickly did check, and that was indeed the case. This procedural officer, she's very brilliant. There are other chairpersons of other committees fighting me to take her over, to want to go to other committees. So I don't fight with my procedural officer. But with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. No, she really is brilliant. She must be a lawyer one day. 10 minutes, and then we're back at 9:29. Perfect, thanks. is this mic is on. We'll be resuming at the slide that says, sorry, let me just get there. Transnet Freight Rail on the possibility of using Balkan Station to transport the containers to Cape Town. Mr. Barkies, are you with us?
Yes, once again, good morning, Chairperson, and to the honourable members of the committee, as well as the colleagues from DDAT, as well as my Transnet colleagues. If we can put up the slide that you're referring to, please. Yeah, so can we go to the next slide? Thank you. So, Chairperson, to answer your question, yeah, Bellville certainly, or Belcon is certainly an option for alleviating some of the congestion and some of the traffic that we have currently in the Port of Cape Town, and that's certainly our strategy. We pretty much focused on enabling that to reduce the congestion. So, in line with our strategy is to optimize the terminal operation, and not only Belcon on its own, but also the Transnet Park facility that we have right next to Belcon. And hereby we want to drive the road to rail strategy through collaborative Transnet service offerings to the various service providers. So Belcon is an inland container facility. It's about 24 kilometers from the Port of Cape Town, and there is the existing rail linking Belcon Container Terminal and Cape Town Container Terminal. The facility is not used to its full. I'll get to that slide where you can see how we utilizing it currently. These initiatives that we have to increase the utilization. So between TPT and TFR in the Transnet stable, we want to provide a joint service between Belcon and the port, and offer value-added service from the Belcon facility. The benefits are, of course, to move a significant percentage of the cargo transportation from road to rail and reduce the truck congestion, improve terminal space, and reduce the current road safety risk that we're all concerned about. If we go to the next slide. So there's just an illustration of where Belcon is, and that's the rail link, our terminal capacity. So currently we run 2 shifts from the morning till about 10 o'clock at night, 22:30. We have 3 rail lines available. We can load up to 50 wagons, which is 100 up to 100 containers that we can do. We can load up to 4 containers high. The ground slots, we've got 800 for full and 400 for empty containers. Our current capacity is about 96,000 tons per annum with our current operation. We've got a weighbridge, we've got equipment to offload trains. We can offload a train in about 2 hours and load the train also in about 2 hours. And we operate 5 days a week. Our intention is to move this operating hours from the current 6 till 2200 to a 24-hour operation, 7 days a week. We want to run 3 trains per day between the Port of Cape Town and Belcon, and that will increase our capacity to about 200,000 containers per year. I think the port capacity is about 1 million tons per year, so that would be around about a fifth of the capacity that we have at Cape Town Container Terminal. So in 2019-2020, we did about 10,000 containers, and this was effectively the year before we had COVID. In the COVID year, where we had the biggest impact, we did 6,000 containers in that year. With the initiatives that we have this year, we're going to end on, for the first time, I think 21,000 containers is what our forecast is. And we've got initiatives, as you can see on the bottom left-hand side, that will take us to a tempo of about 53,000 tons. I must tell you, we are aggressively working with private entities to see how we can increase that capacity. We've had various proposals, you'll see on the next slide, from different role players as to how we can better utilize Belcon. They've indicated what they require from us to increase their utilization of the terminal. So our focus is really to get beyond that 53,000. I think we've come a long way from the 6,000 to get to 21,000 this year, but there's still capacity, and we want to get more of that cargo back onto rail. So, like we said, Belcon, with the current operation, over the full operation, we're currently on about 26%. With the opportunities that we have of the available 200,000 that we can ultimately have. On the 9th of February, last week, we had a discussion with the agricultural industry to discuss strategic issues and opportunities. I think we had a good discussion there. We've subsequently met also with the COO of the Fresh Produce Export Forum on Friday. We exchanged some commercial rates and opportunities, and we have a follow-up session this coming Friday. Today, we also have a visit from one of the directors from Fresh Produce Export Forum. Our current capacity is about 100 plug points to serve the reefer traffic. The Fresh Produce Export Forum, they're specifically interested in the reefer plug points, how we can make sure that we keep those reefer containers that's used for cold storage, how we can keep them supplied with electricity. They've asked us to come back and to indicate by when we can have 200 plug points. That answer we need to give to them tomorrow. But they indicated that their interest would be for us to then move to 500 plug points, which means we can, at a time, then house 500 of these containers at Belcon. We've also met with various other customers and stakeholders. On Monday, we had a meeting with one of the key users. You asked about the backlog. They've been using the facility since the end of December. We met yesterday with two others, and we're meeting another one tomorrow. They also want to see, especially when the port is windbound, how we can use this facility as a storage to make sure that we can continue to serve and reduce the impact of the port being windbound, and then you have this backlog of vehicles coming into the port. So one of these entities is of the intention to provide us with a proposal. They also want to look at installing the plug points themselves. We've had some initial discussions about additional cold storage facility at Transnet Park. We want to utilize the space next to Belcon, as I indicated before, at Transnet Park Warehouse, for an existing customer that goes into the port by road. We're making a proposal on Tuesday to our EXCO to see if we can house that entity at Transnet Park, and that would also take this entity off the road and bring them to rail. And I spoke about the land adjacent. We have had two proposals also about long-term agreements at Transnet Park, where two major customers want to establish facilities on this ground. And because we've had more than one interest, we now have to go out on an open tender process to get the proposals. So I think in this Q1, several of these opportunities that I spoke about, we will firm up, and then our intention is to then get that 53,000 upwards and closer to that 100,000. In the meantime, what we're also doing, Chair, is to, and committee, is to look at the plug points, of course, that I spoke about, how we can increase that. There are some issues of security that we need to address, which we will include in these new occupants and tenants at Transnet Park to make sure that we address the security issue, because it is a risk for us as well. So, Chair, those are the plans for us from a Belcon point of view, and how we want to increase the capacity at Belcon and reduce some of the congestion that we have on the port side, and get some of these road vehicles off the road and more trains running into the port. I think I'll stop there, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to ask Ms. Kluter to take the slides off now, because the next slides relate to cybersecurity. So we're going to do questions and answers from the members now. If if there's something relating to a particular slide, then the members can indicate and we'll put up the slide for that particular slide. But just so that we're just a little bit more cautious with making sure that we don't put up the wrong slides. Members, with that, if I could get a round of hands, please. I'm just going to ask Ms. Adams to assist me with the hands online. I see Member van der Westhuizen. Okay, I only see one hand, so Member van der Westhuizen, you can go ahead. And then Member Maseko, I see that hand also went up. In that order, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just, so you can see me as well. Chair, thank you very much. I must say, from the onset, I really appreciate these presentations, and I appreciate the honesty and the openness, the transparency of everybody that is presented to us here today. Chair, and I think we must acknowledge that we've seen a good growth in export volumes or the demand for export. Although it seems to me, if I interpret that one slide correctly, that we've actually not seen a growth through Cape Town Harbour due to various reasons over the last two seasons or two financial years. My first question is in terms of equipment that can handle high wind speeds. Recently, and I'm sorry, I don't see the name here. I presume the gentleman must be with you in the chamber. There was a new appointment, senior appointment at the Cape Town port, and the newspaper article referred to the new equipment. And my impression was that this gentleman then actually indicated that what Cape Town port needed and what would be on its way is equipment designed to handle high wind speeds. It is my impression that, we're not the only port. It's the Cape of Storms, but there are also other ports in the world that also have the same kind of challenges, and that the right equipment may be available at a cost or at a premium cost that would be able to deal with higher wind speeds. And I think there was some reference there also to, I think, 80 kilometers an hour and even higher wind speeds. So what is the outlook? What is the prospects in terms of that? The next one is we've heard about there's no money. Now my first question is, shouldn't Cape Town Port be covering its costs, recuperating costs from port fees, etc. The difficulty that we have is that many of our ports are kind of monopolized. There's no competition amongst commercial ports or import-export ports in South Africa. And I'm concerned that we are unfortunately seeing a very similar situation to that of Eskom. And that is that a lack of competition, unfortunately, has led to inefficiencies. And obviously, when the politics come into it and certain very important investment decisions need to be taken, in the case of Eskom, those decisions were delayed, and we're now paying the price for that. And I'm concerned that the same might apply, particularly now to the Port of Cape Town, because one of the decisions that delayed the refurbishment program of Eskom was the utilization of private partners or private generating capacity. The current government, a number of years ago, was surprisingly enough quite in favor of bringing in private partners, and then unfortunately there was a bit of an about turn in terms of that thinking. My next question, Chair, is if I understand a recent statement by our Western Cape MEC for Finance and economic development and tourism, the Honourable Meinier correctly, we've actually seen over the last few years a severe underspending on the capital budgets of the Transnet port terminals, and to the extent, and I'm quoting for you, if we look at Transnet port terminals annual report over the last 3 years, capital under expenditure amounted to 2.3 billion, or almost 30% of its capital budget. The situation is even worse when it comes to Transnet National Port Authority, with capital under expenditure amounting to 4.2 billion over the last 3 years, or 55% of its capital budget over this period. Now, if you say there's no money, while it seems to me there's severe underspending of capital budgets, the two doesn't gel, or, please explain then to me, how can you say that there's no money for that? And then lastly, Chair, what is the possibility of bringing in private partners? One way of getting capital, as well as also getting, an investment in terms of your knowledge base, etc., is often to bring in a partner. And while I think this may be a policy decision at the level where some of our guests today may not be, warranted to speak about, if there is anybody that can explain to us, would that be an option to bring in private partners? And lastly, is the port making money, or is the Cape Town port running at a loss currently? And would a further investment in capital and in infrastructure have a positive effect on the financial position of the Cape Town port? Many thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Member Maseko, and then I see Member Mkondlo's hand.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. And I must say, I agree with Honourable Member Van der Westhuizen about the presentation. It's detailed. It's beautiful. It's something that is, and in practical terms, it will be implementation. It will showcase that it pays dividends. But I think the challenge that is there is implementation of what we are seeing, and it's not sure of. I usually talk to you and some other colleagues to say, we do have beautiful policies. We do have policies that you'll find they're on the shelves, they're accumulating dust, but the implementation of how to go about, that's where the challenge is, because always when we have those policies, we don't put the timelines into that. Now, we have the presentation, the beautiful documents that they identify, honestly, so which we salute you for coming in and identifying the challenges that you see. But when you give the solution, I think we have to have a implementation timelines also, because you are in a space where time is important, that you say, when am I going to do what? Then it makes it easier also for us to see if there are other challenges that we can chip in to assist where we can with the limited resources that we might have. But if there's no timeline, it's the idea. It will always be the idea, but not get to be a practical thing that we see. Because we can sing praises about what we see on the paper, but if it's not indicating when are we going to see some of the things happening, it gets difficult. We'll come again and meet again and say, oh, I saw you then last time when you were here for the meeting, and then we'll talk the same language. So let's work with, this is a beautiful paper. but let's work with the timelines of when is this going to happen. If you can get the indication of all those solutions that we have, what is going to happen by when? If that is possible for today. If not, Chair, it will be, maybe it can be sent to us for us to be kept in the loop of by when are some of the solutions going to be implemented. Another one, Chair, is the skills identification. I heard the partnerships with the universities. Does our post, do you have the system maybe to have an in-house skills development for sustainability and succession plan to have the workforce that they can foresee what is it that is going to happen so that their preparations can be in line with the demand that is happening, because their core responsibility, it will be looking at what is it that is happening all the time. Then you don't have to say, hey, we could have added another vessel. It will be the communication that has been happening, that preparation is there. By the time the demand is high, then automatically you automated that to be in your business plan. And if not, why that is not in the pipeline. And also, I saw on one of the slides the slow pace of the investment in the ship repair facilities. I will just wish to hear more, Chair. I didn't get that, and I'm sorry about that. I think I don't know what happened. I would have loved to hear what is it that is the solution. Did they talk to what is it that is going to happen? Because we've got unemployment, we might as well say, how do we get about to get people that can fast track that, get trained to do that, and where would they train to make sure that it doesn't fall under the challenges? I mean, the repair facilities, it's a skilled career that our youth can maybe get to be trained somewhere. And I know Western Cape, we are good in where we see a gap that we can have the youth to go and fill in that gap to make sure that we have operations that are smoothly running in that fashion. I think that's all for now, Chair, from me.
Thank you so much, Member Nkondlo.
No, thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone. Chair, pardon me because I may have missed a big part of the first presentation. So if I ask something that has been explained, you will just, I think the presenters could just indicate as such. Chair, I first want to get into the issue of maintenance, backlogs, maintenance. That is the big challenge. I think we've had this issue in the stable of state-owned entities, especially those that are having to deal with infrastructure, big projects that enable the economy. I mean, we are sitting with the problem of load shedding that started then when we had Thabo Mbeki as a president, and the entire almost, the fiscus, investors were brought on board onto these kind of issues because they directly affect the economy. Now, the colleague from Transnet makes mention of this and says, if you don't do maintenance, which I think all of us agree, because that has been also one of the leaks in the public funds, where in particular we seem not to be getting our pulse on this issue of maintenance. Now, I'm interested for him to explain in the context of Transnet on this specific functions that we're discussing today. What exactly is the problem? Are they unable to do maintenance on time, as per schedule? If so, what exactly is causing that? What is the inhibitions from where they're sitting? From a technical point of view, from a finance point of view, don't they have sufficient budgets in as far as maintenance is concerned? If you can just contextualize, because I always, with my pedestrian type of understanding, not getting it, when one listens about this problem of maintenance, because I think it has been spoken about many a times, particularly because even with our job creation sort of needs of the country, we are always told of how such is actually an enabler, which we agree, because we've got lots of people that are unemployed, technicians that even Transnet through their different skills development over time, with monies from the National Skills Fund and others, working with TVETs, that they had to train a number of young people. So where exactly is the problem in as far as maintenance is concerned within Transnet, and particularly the entities that we're dealing with today? So if you can just explain that in detail, Chair. The second one is on the road to rail. My understanding is that Transnet launched the road to rail strategy long time ago, I think as far as 2012 back, if I'm not mistaken. And I think around 2015, Transnet would have came to the portfolio committee and told them, about progress in this regard. And amongst that, there is even a road rail solution as a pilot that would have been started by Transnet at the time to try and deal with the various elements or the various ports. So I'm trying to understand, now we're in 2022, we're sitting with this particular problem once again. And if colleagues can indicate what would have happened to that particular pilot that would have included the likes of Balo World Logistics, would have included some of local companies, as would have been reported by Transnet TFR in particular at the time. What would have happened to that? What investment was put into that road to rail project? In terms of the actual figures, amounts, I want the investment that was put in, and out of that investment, what have we received, from that particular investment, and if at any point within that particular pilot, whether the Cape Town port and its needs was not included as part of that, because one reads that also, I think, partly was to respond to some of the agricultural sectors' demand, which now I think has triggered us as the standing committee to engage with Cape Town Port, because particularly the outcry has came in particular from the fruit growers, stakeholders in particular. So what has happened from that time and now, because as I think I'm covered by Member Andrikas, especially on the fact that you're saying that you do not have money. I'm covered. I'm not going to ask that question, but I'm just asking myself, what has been happening over time? How much money have we used to date, and why are we still sitting with this kind of problem at this point? My last one, Chair, is that in the engagement with industry that the colleagues are indicating, and particularly here in the Cape Town port, the different industry sectors. One is interested is that what is the percentage, if any, of emerging and Black participants in those? I understand those are part of big associations, and in them, I am sure they would have declared and indicated to you if they do have participation, membership, of some of the emerging, whether it's farmers, whether it's white, it's actually a new Black sort of companies that are also party, because part of this particular responsibility of Transnet has always been also also to play in the space of ensuring that the structural issues of our economy are also embedded into the work that Transnet is doing, so that we can also be able to get those developmental returns as part of the work that we're doing. So I'm interested to understand the level at which, in the engagements that you are having with industry, also with the kind of discussions about potential solutions, whether the net is actually thrown widely to also ensure that you don't only include your traditional big corporates, but you also give a chance also in the manner in which you request those proposals, or in the manner in which you engage the sector. You ensure that also other players that ordinarily would have not been in your space are also participating in those conversations, with also their own innovation of the type of solutions that they can bring. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. And I just want to add a few things. I think we can take a full round actually of questions, and then we'll do another round. As you can see, the members are very passionate about this issue, because when Transnet has problems, we have problems. And the different industries in the Western Cape, whether you are now the citrus growers or the table grapes, or whether you're the fresh produce, they don't necessarily go to the port and say, why do you have 1,500 trucks standing in front of you? They contact the members of the committee and they're like, you need to do something about this, because now it's becoming a problem where our export volumes cannot. Is there extra volume online? Where we can't export, and where it impacts on the GDP, it impacts on jobs, it impacts on the income of the people in the Western Cape. So when you have problems, we have problems. I think the slow pace of investment in ship repairs that Member Maseko was referring to is on slide 7. I saw that there. In terms of the implementation and deadlines, I know the members have said, thank you for the comprehensive presentations, and I acknowledge that. Thank you for the comprehensive presentations. However, I quickly went to last year's resolutions from June. We sat in June the 23rd, we were here, also in the chamber. And one of the resolutions we had is, please send us reports on the particular issues on a monthly, quarterly, and biannual and annual method. And where, for example, you're sending in that month rather than send the biannual instead of the quarterly, for example. And the reason we said that is so that we don't end up in a situation where 6 months later, we have to come and find out, okay, what has been happening in the past 6 months? Because if we had those reports, some of these issues that are being raised now could have been dealt with previously. One of the things I quickly looked at was the freight rail, and the information in the presentation of the freight rail on the 23rd of June is exactly the same as the information on the freight rail today, which the aim, for example, let me just go to this, was to increase, obviously, the plug points from 100 at that time to 150. And I know that you actually require 500 plug points. Now, the question is, between June the 23rd and today, which is what's vandag, 17th of February, why aren't we there yet that we have the 150 plug points in total? When we look at, I just want to find out slide 7. The current port layout challenges. It says they're 1.4 million TEU berth versus 1 million TEU landslide. Just want to find out if that was completed. No. Is that a yes or no? I just saw no, not completed. Okay. Because I know in June that was also a question. Then I'm very happy to hear that the WhatsApp groups have been established in terms of communication. I'm very happy with that. If you can just let us know in terms of the stakeholders, what are the WhatsApp groups for? Is it a WhatsApp group for operations? Is it for maintenance? And how many stakeholders per WhatsApp group is on there? Because I know one of the resolutions we took last year was that you must please engage the industry. We did specifically ask that you engage in terms of seeing the entire value chain. So I'm not sure if you went to go see the Citrus Growers Association's entire value chain of the packaging and exporting of citrus process, but another recommendation was specifically that you engage with the industry regarding the night times and the night hours. So I'm very happy that you have addressed the night hours. But in the night hours, I just want a little bit more clarity. Are you using the full set of night hours, evening hours after 5 o'clock until the next morning, let's say 7, 8 o'clock? Is it 5 days a week? Is it 7 days a week? Because I think it was the gentleman online, Mr. Baikis, who said that you're attempting to get it to a 24/7 situation. So I'm not sure now if it's the full nighttime hours, if we can just get indication on that. There was indication, though, that it's been implemented since October. I remember the commitment was it was going to be implemented from September. So I am happy, but I am a little bit concerned that there are some delays happening there. Then in DDAT's presentation on page 3, there's a question about a challenge as telephone lines still do not function optimally. I don't know what that means. If I phone Transnet now, they're going to answer their phones. Like I don't know what this means here. Then in the list of equipment, sorry, I'm referring now to old presentations as well, so that we can make sure that what we see now and what was submitted previously is the same. So in the previous year, last year's presentation, you had 2 mobile harbor cranes at 60% reliability, and you required 2 at 95% reliability, and you wanted to replace the LMH 400 and you wanted to refurbish the LMH 550. Okay. Then you had 4 straddler carriers at 55% reliability, and you required 6 at 95% reliability. You had 2 reach stackers at 65% reliability, and you wanted 3 at 95% reliability. You had 10 at 85% reliability haulers, and you needed 14 at 95% reliability. And you had 2 forklifts at 60% reliability, and you wanted 2 at 95% reliability. And then obviously you mentioned the amount of money that's going to cost, which if I quickly count this up, it looks more or less about just over 200 million rand. Then you mentioned, sorry, now I'm going to different documents to get the information here. It was mentioned that 2 new harbor cranes are being moved from Port Elizabeth to Cape Town, and 4 new straddlers at the time were received from Durban. Okay. You also mentioned let's see here, that you were commissioning 4 new rubber tired gantries and 4 new straddler carriers. And the reason obviously that you were getting the rubber tired gantries was for the anti-sway ability for the wind. So if we can just get an update on that. Okay, and there was a indication that one of the things that you're doing to increase communication was to increase the daily updates to stakeholders. Please can you include the committee into the emails that you send to stakeholders on a daily basis, because that will also decrease the lack of communication between people. So you have your DDAT people, you have your respective Transnet people, you have your different industries. But if we are also on your daily communication for the stakeholders, then it's going to decrease the gap in communication as well. Then on slide, I think this is slide 8, you indicated that you would like to partner with Transnet Property, but I didn't hear quite well. I wasn't sure what particular development you wanted to partner with Transnet Property. It has 5 things here: the multipurpose precinct, the ship repair, the container precinct, the cruise terminal, and the liquid bulk precinct. But if you can just indicate to us what specifically you want to partner with Transnet Property. And then I just want to make sure I heard you say that 67 days were being lost compared to last year in berthing delays. And I just want to make sure I heard correctly. And that on average, you lose 12 hours per day. But if you can just clarify for me there. That was on slide, I think this is slide 9. No, sorry, it's slide 11. Okay. On slide 13, you said that people have to stop picking because of the delays. The problem with that is you can't stop picking. The fruit will come. And in order for you to prepare for the next season, you have to pick the fruit so you can have fruit again for the next season. So farmers can't stop picking. So in the value chain cycle, we need to take cognizance of that farmers can't just stop their operations because there's a lack of storage, and there's a lack of storage because we can't export. Nature doesn't work that way. I'm also a bit of an amateur gardener, and I can tell you now, if you don't pick this stuff in your garden, if you don't prune, if you don't do those things, you're gonna have problems later. You can't not do it. So that we must please be cognizant of that. And on slide 15, with how you're implementing the World Bank recommendations. So I'm assuming this is essentially your KPIs that the World Bank is evaluating you on, okay? And you mentioned that you are essentially diverting ships to the next harbor. How many ships are you guys currently diverting to other harbors because you can't handle the loads? And I would like to commend you on the fact that you have now figured out the internal truck system, and there is now 40 trucks being stationed there. But what can we do to expedite this? Page 16, if you can please just send that study. I saw you just took a screenshot of the container terminal automation conference information, where you showed where the fully automated ports are and the semi-automated ports. And it was at the AI and Automated Intelligence Conference of 2018. So if you guys can just send the information for that to us, please, because the committee also did studies on ports, but I realize now actually you have better information on other ports for us. So I would like the committee to take this information into account and update our own research as well. Okay. Yes, and then the other one about night shift, because then later on page 18, it was said that 60% of the night shift is utilized. So if we can just get clarity on the hours of the night shift. And yes, I think those are all my questions for now. Sorry, I know it's quite a bit, but I was trying my best to refer to last year's presentation as well when asking the respective items. But with that, Mr. Shaw, you can allocate questions accordingly then.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. It's quite a mouthful. There's a number of questions. So let me go through some of the issues that I can respond to, and then I'll refer some of the more detailed questions to the operating divisions, as they come up. I think the first thing to say is that we're committed to working with the Western Cape government, in fact, all the provincial governments and the respective cities. So our approach is very much an interactive approach, and so we wish to keep the commitment. And you are able to thus hold us account. What we do ask is some reasonableness around that. So, it's difficult for us to provide, that was mentioned earlier, report backs on a weekly basis. If we can settle on something that is more rational, like a monthly or a quarterly basis, then I think, we can meet that kind of requirement. In terms of the first Honourable van der Westhuizen's questions, there were some areas Nobile raised around the equipment that would be used for wind conditions, and this relates to the discussion around semi-automation, and you then requested the documents. We are in the process of planning for that. Kwele, maybe it's worth going back to that slide. You went over it quite quickly, and there's a reference to the Port of Barcelona, etc. We think that this kind of equipment change in the Port of Cape Town will help us to deal with the number of days that we can't operate, but I will allow TPT to talk to that particular issue. I'll speak to also the issue around funding that creates for us when I get to that particular point. The Honourable Member then also asked us around the issues of covering costs, monopolies and competition, etc. So let me deal with that. Cape Town Container Terminal is a profitable terminal. There are parts of the whole port that may be cross-subsidized from from elsewhere in the Transnet network. What we're attempting to do as Transnet is to bring sustainability back to the whole Transnet group. So that implies that we are driving a process where we can create an effective operating margin, and that operating margin can be used to constructively reinvest in equipment. So we recognize this challenge. It's not something that we can address in the very short term. If I could call it this, as the new management of Transnet, we've inherited a situation where the balance sheet is breached. So we don't have access to vast funds of capital. And essentially, we've inherited a lot of equipment right across the port, rail and pipeline network that has been poorly maintained. So the recent study that was done in the ports picks up that our approach to maintenance needs to be enhanced and improved. It needs to be more predictive. It needs to be properly funded. Again, I'll get to the key issues around that as we go forward in answering the questions. The issues around bringing other terminal operators in is really an issue around how the ports regulator and the government of South Africa feel that the ports system should be operated. From our perspective, what we're doing is making two very significant changes in this regard, and they were announced in SONA, and that is to bring a partner into DCT2, which is the second big container terminal in the Port of Durban. And our reflection is that when this has been done in other parts of the world, is that the incumbent public sector operator, which is right next door, literally across the fence, will also improve as a consequence. NCT, which is Coca Container Terminal, is also proposed as a partner with a big focus on transshipment, driving transshipment gains, especially from Southeast Asia. So yes, we are making significant changes, and that process is already underway. Our target date announced by the president is October of this year. So we're under a lot of pressure to make that work. We think that will also help us free up some additional funding for ports such as Cape Town, because it'll lessen the requirement to invest in some of the equipment in those other ports, given that we will have another co-investor that can help us. So that's a key part of our strategy. The issues around TNPA are recognized. We know that TNPA has had a delay in infrastructure investment in the past. It's recognized as that we need to catch that up. A lot of that has to do with the challenge that Transnet had some 5-6 years ago, where money effectively was allocated to other big projects and therefore wasn't available for TNPA. So we do wish to recognize that that's a challenge. Corporatizing TNPA is partially a way of addressing that, to make sure that they have available funding. So that is identified and recognized. Member Maseko did raise the issue of implementation. Well, to be fair, if you look at the slides, and I went back to the slide that Ngobile had presented, there is actually dates allocated to a number of the items that we have put forward in respect of what we're doing right at this moment. Maybe we need to go back to those slides when we go back to TPT and ISWA to deal with some of that. I won't talk to skills identification. I'd rather allow the ODs to deal with that, because they're much closer to that particular issue. So if I can pass that onto them. It is an important part of our focus, and we have the Transnet Academy, which is now being consolidated under Transnet Group. But in terms of the particular skills for ports, I'll allow the ODs to talk to that. Honourable Nkondlo raised this issue of maintenance backlogs, which again, we recognise. We are trying very hard to address that. Let me give you some sense of our challenge, but maybe also what we're trying to do to enhance maintenance backlogs, particularly in the ports, is that we've just gone through a budgeting process for the forthcoming year, which will be part of our corporate plan. Now, because we have a reduction in our available spend, we can't use our balance sheet to fund a lot of our maintenance, so we have to be more focused on where we allocate money to. We are prioritizing maintenance as the key objective of our overall capital budget spend, so it is very high on our agenda. We've reduced our expansionary capital significantly. In other words, building new infrastructure and so on has been held back in the immediate year in order to focus on enhancing the maintenance of key equipment. And key equipment is in the ports, is the equipment that we've spoken about, straddles and ship-to-shore cranes, but also in the TFR space is maintenance of key railway infrastructure and locomotives and wagons. We do suffer from a challenge around procurement, and it's important to understand that because procurement in the public sector can take so long, it does make it difficult for us to behave in a very rapid, innovative way around how we can respond to equipment failures. We have a drive where we want to standardize some equipment types in the rail and port system. And the challenge of public procurement is that it actually limits our ability to select one or two OEMs so that we can have a proper maintenance and predictive approach to the maintenance of equipment. Within the ports, we have a multitude of OEMs because of our past procurement, and it means that we have to have staff trained up on all the different equipment types. We have to stock inventory for all those different equipment types, and that creates an enormous challenge for us. So we are working on that particular problem together with National Treasury. Road to rail is something that we can talk about in the past, and I know the honourable member raised the issue of 2012. Well, to be fair, we have reassessed this particular issue, and our focus is twofold. In the segments where we have real opportunity to gain volume, which is largely in the commodity space, we wish to drive out key investments in rail to capture, we think, in the region of 50 to 60 million tons of additional traffic, which can be shifted from road because we see those large bulk carrier road trucks on the road. In the areas of container, automotive and agriculture, our focus is to begin to open up the network, the railway network, in such a way that third-party providers can help us to serve some of those markets. We are not able to fully serve those industries. Our key focus is, and again, it was announced in the SONA, our key focus is to open up the container corridor from Gauteng to Durban as priority one, and allow private sector operators to operate in that space. There's a benefit to that because they bring in their knowledge of the logistics system and they're also integrated into their own supply chain, so that it means that they have skin in the game. And for us, that's really important. It also is a new revenue source for us to reinvest in some of that railway infrastructure that we don't presently have revenue or available funds for at present. In terms of engagement with key industries and emerging participants, I'm going to ask Lisa, who's online, who heads up business development, to talk to that. I've been in a number of engagements with emerging miners, for example, and other emerging players, but I think she's much better able to respond to how we approach this particular important segment that we need to serve from a logistics standpoint. Then, Chair, you raised a number of issues. The issue around ship repair, if I can say, that's really tied up into TNPA, and I'll ask Phyllis and Rajesh to talk to that particularly. We know that ship repair has been delayed as its investments in the port in TNPA, so we've got some catch up to do in those particular areas. They can maybe address some of the key things. You did also indicate that some of it is on the key slides. You raised issues around monthly and quarterly performance. You know, we do acknowledge that in some areas we may not have met the requirement that we posted on the 23rd of June. Russell, if you wouldn't mind just picking that up and just indicating the extent to which we have been able to respond to some of the investment requirements and plug points, etc., at Belcon. The WhatsApp group we can pick up. The citrus value chain to indicate that we have visits from the citrus value chain into the ports and to the rail sector recently. We ourselves have gone into their value chain. We've gone to the pack houses. We've engaged with them directly. We've engaged with them at the point of production, as well as recently at the port of Cape Town. One of the challenges that was raised in the last meeting, and I'll ask Andiswa perhaps and Russell to talk to this, is that we have opened up 24-hour operations, but actually at night we're not getting sufficient volume coming through the terminal. So we have congestion in the day, but actually we'd like industry to pick up those nighttime hours. So maybe Andiswa, if we can pick that up. Telephone lines I can't really talk to be quite honest. I don't know if anyone else can help me with that. We can do some research and come back to you on that. And then engaging around the investment in RTGs and straddles. I think we've indicated a lot of that response, Chair, but if there's anything further we can ask, maybe really you in a good state to pick that up. Diverting to other harbours, I don't have the immediate response to that. Again, if we can't provide it today, we can send you something on that. And then the study of automation, I think probably we can provide the background study, but please, at this point, our focus is actually to analyze what we need to invest in and how we need to create that investment given our financial circumstances. So we're still in the process of working out how the automation will be funded and delivered. I'll leave it there. Maybe the first place to pick up is, should we start at TNPA? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, we really appreciate the opportunity and the fact that you are making us accountable. Referencing to what was said the previous meetings, looking at what we are saying currently and asking us whether there were any improvements or developments. And that is why we are here. So we will attempt very much to close all those gaps if maybe you didn't get information on some of the developments that took place since the last meeting. I will start firstly by going back to the observation from Honorable van der Westhuizen, which also made me think and get excited because you really went and looked at the notification that was sent out when our new port manager was introduced as Rajesh Dana, the port manager for the Port of Cape Town. And I know that in that statement, he definitely made some commitments, and I'm going to hold him accountable to respond to Honorable Rajesh on what you said regarding the hydraulic system changes that we promised. Can you talk about them and also clarify to Honorable that we have moved in terms of what was said at the time when you were appointed and made those statements? And I'll also leave it to you to talk about the ship repair facility. And from my side, the one comment that I can make for now, it's around the skills identification as it was raised by May Maseko. That is a very key issue that we are very much interested to implement within the organization and to make it a success. And I'm saying this because Mema Seko, it's as if you have seen the recent communication that we have received from our chief executive, where he was giving us very tight timelines, indicating by the end of March 2022, we must have appointed for the internship programs, for the YPTs, looking at the universities, the type of students we can attract and bring them into the organization, expose them to the maritime environment and train them as well to create opportunities for them for the future. So that is one thing that definitely we are looking into it. And as you know that the maritime environment is a very specialist and a very unique environment, we are definitely working on that. And I remember even on that notification, the chief executive said it very clear that you need to understand as my EXCO that Portia is very much interested in this program. So we can see the attention that it receives even at the highest level in the organization. I just wanted to comment on this to say, Mema Seko, we are definitely looking into that issue. It's a very key one for our organization, and we know the impact it will have on the economy of this country. I'm going to leave this for now. Rajesh, if you can talk about the other items, and also on behalf of Honorable Westhuizen, welcoming you formally because he didn't see you earlier when you were introducing yourself. Thanks, Rajesh.
Thank you, Phyllis. Honorable members, thank you for the warm welcome, firstly. It's both an exciting but very challenging time, and I'm the type of person who sees opportunity in challenge because we can grow, and more especially we can forge strategic collaborative partnerships as we jointly formulate solutions to our challenges and implement them. So I'm really looking forward to working with a wide cross-section of all role players within the port sector. Honorable van der Westhuizen, thank you for the question and thank you for keeping me accountable for my commitments. So the one piece of equipment that can assist us in terms of combating the adverse weather conditions is a system called hydraulic tensioning. As you well know, and my good colleague Mkobeli shared with us, we face high wave motions in the bay and in the port, more especially and more pronounced during winter months. essentially what this long wave does, honorable members, is that it moves the vessel alongside the quay. So with that movement, it then prohibits optimized and efficient cargo handling opportunities. This device, the hydraulic tensioning units, will then essentially hold the vessel firmer alongside the quay. The intention, the immediate intention, is to procure 4 units for the Port of Cape Town, understanding that traditionally you deploy 2 units per vessel. I'm very pleased, Honorable van der Westhuizen, to announce that the first 2 units have been received well in advance to the original commitment made. They have landed. We are busy operationalizing it and training our members, and we're very, very confident, Honorable van der Westhuizen, that that will be in place and fully operational during the peak of long wave, which is in winter, starting in and around June. So that is all well and in place. Then, Honorable Maseko, you raise a critical point around investing into ship repair. First and foremost, I must say that as Transnet National Ports Authority, we do value ship repair, and we do see its enormous contribution to the economy and to a industry that not only services marine engineering, but capacitates and enables a critical fishing industry, which talks directly then to security of food supply. So we've identified, as you well know, a suite of investment projects. Just to step back for a second, understanding that we have 3 facilities operational in the Port of Cape Town, that being the Robinson Dry Dock, which is physically located within the precinct of the VNA. We also have a synchro lift, which is also physically located in the precinct of the VNA. And then we have what is considered to be one of the largest dry docks in the southern Africa, which is Sturrock Dry Dock. So, Honorable Member, we have classified our investment profile into these docks into 3 folds. We typically refer to them as the 3 C's, that being capstans, caissons, and cranes. So just very quickly, a capstan is a device used to properly secure a vessel. A caisson is used to close out, or essentially is a gate to the dry dock. And thirdly, needless to say, cranes is used to move equipment as well as components to and from the vessel. So, Honorable Member, I can give you comfort that we've well advanced in all of it. I can also announce that we are starting with the Robinson Dry Dock pump installation, understanding that a number of these infrastructure dates back to the Second World War. So we're doing a complete modernization and refurbishment of these facilities. We have already started, as I said, with the Robinson Dry Dock. We've also made significant progress in and around the infrastructure relating to the synchro lift, more especially the mechanical and electrical components. We will follow the Robinson Dry Dock pump installation with the Robinson Dry Dock caisson, and that is currently well progressed. We are in the tendering process, and we're hoping to award that work pretty soon. That essentially will take care of Robinson Dry Dock. We will then, in parallel, work on the synchro lift, and very, very importantly, we'll then move to the Sturrock Dry Dock, understanding that the pump installation, similar to Robinson, will be undertaken at Sturrock in and around 2022, 2023. And we will then also look at the caisson in around 2022, 2023. So, Honorable Member, yes, we do acknowledge we got a huge backlog in terms of investing into ship repair in the Port of Cape Town, but I can give you the assurance that we've got a firm plan in place that is being closely monitored through a war room-like project approach, and that it is receiving the attention that it deserves. But most importantly, Honorable Member Maseko, I must share with you that we're doing all of this in consultation with the ship repairers themselves. We meet with them religiously on a 2-monthly basis, and all our plans and capital injection is aligned in terms of discussions held with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajesh. Honorable Chair, you've also raised a question on the partnership that we said we want to develop with Transnet Property and how it comes into the whole picture when we talk about the port development frameworks. The one thing that we need to also bear in mind is that when we look at the port precinct, we do have land that the area where we can say it is within the port limit, as demarcated through a very detailed governance process through the shareholding ministry and the policy ministry. And we do have other areas or property within the port area, but not necessarily within the National Ports Authority. So within Transnet, we do have a division which is called Transnet Property. Some of the port areas or land within the port, it's registered and it's owned by Transnet Property. So for us to move on some of the projects like the truck staging area that we want to put forward, we need to have those engagements and partnership with Transnet Property for the land, as we talk about the Columberg, for example, which is the land that is owned by Transnet Property. We need to have those partnerships so that there can be a clear transfer of that land to TNPA for the development of the port of, back of the port logistics. It might not only be Transnet Property, you'll find that also the city, there might be the land that is or property owned by the city. We must establish those engagements as well if we need to utilize that particular land. And then lastly, from my side, before I allow you, Andy, so I see you want to comment, to talk about the complementarity of the port system. Dr. Shaw mentioned how the strategy on how we move with the ports, it's decided at the highest level, the policy ministry, the ports regulator as well getting involved. The decision for our ports in South Africa is that we follow the complementarity or complementary port system, where we do have quite a lot of ports in the country, and then we allow them to complement each other rather than the competition around the ports. And that makes the planning much easier, because whatever we want to move at the Port of Durban, if we don't have enough capacity, we know that we can move through to the other ports within the country, which is a great advantage for the country, because when you look in other ports globally, you find that in other countries, they only have one port or two of them, but we've got 8 that are still within the same stable. And the complementarity assists us as we do the planning and make it easier for the flow of cargo that we want to move. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before TNPA goes off the equation, so I just want to check the Transnet property land. Which land is it that you want? Columberg. How big is it? Is it on the map? Okay, so it's on slide.
Chair, I can come in there to answer some of these questions relating to property. Columberg land is approximately 26 hectares, but it's not only Columberg land that we are discussing with TNPA. We've got another piece of land we call Peep side, and we also have land on the Salt River side. We have started the process, as Phyllis has indicated, that we're partnering as properties as well as TNPA. We have initiated the processes, and in fact, we have a meeting tomorrow to start a discussion with the Chief Executive of Transnet National Ports Authority to identify the pieces that they require and what will be the process to transfer them to TNPA in order to assist them to manage the ports, and also to ensure where we cannot transfer the land, but to also assist them to develop the land as back of port operations with a view of enabling TNPA operations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So tomorrow, after your meeting with the CEO, then tomorrow, after you've identified the pieces to transfer to TNPA and develop the land within a reasonable time after that, a deadline which I'll discuss with the committee, you're going to let us know how it goes, right?
We will give feedback, Chair. Thank you.
Perfect. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the CEO of TP for sketching that. Madam Chair, if I can just then highlight for the benefit of the committee what these different land parcels will be used for. First of all, there was a reference to the Port Industrial Park. Madam Chair, that's a piece of land physically located in Pardon Island, and that's the envisage. In fact, it's not in the envisage, that is the site on which we will locate the truck staging area, which is a critical component in terms of decongesting road traffic in the city and surrounds, and also then improving the efficiency of truck turnaround time into and out of the terminal. As alluded to in the presentation, that should be operationalized sometime in 2023 stroke 2024. Understanding, Madam Chair, as the point you alluded to in your address, that this will then give and contribute towards unlocking the additional 400,000 TEUs, moving up from 1 million to 1.4 million TEU capacity. Madam Chair, second to that, and I know my colleague Nkobile and to a certain extent Mr. John Peters also referred to it, we are ahead of that, enabling two truck congestion projects. First and foremost, as alluded to by my good colleague Nkobile, we are working very closely with TPT as well as the truckers and Glenn from Ease of Doing Business in terms of operationalizing what we refer to as very loosely the blue store solution. And essentially this is going to be a solution, Madam Chair, to capacitate and enable the speedy recovery of vessels that were in the port at the time of going down to windage. You heard from my good colleague Nkobile that that will cater for about 40 trucks. To complement that, Chair, ahead of the 2023-2024 long-term truck staging facility, we're also wanting to operationalize an interim, and we're not calling it a truck staging, but we're calling it a holding area, where at which trucks can decongest the city by parking temporarily in a holding area within the port precinct. Madam Chair, we've created a very ambitious timeline for operationalizing this, and our timeline for that is April of this year. Understanding that it's not going to be a Rolls-Royce solution, but it is going to be a solution which can alleviate some of the truck congestion in and around the city. And then secondly, Madam Chair, my CE from Transnet Property also alluded to Culemborg. We, as the port, believes that that is an ideal location for a back of port operation, including stuffing and destuffing of containers and alike services. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members on the line. I think my colleagues have touched on so many things that I'm going to be responding to as well. I'll start with the question on underspending of capital. I think there is a reality around that, and you would notice that across all ODs, we're talking about the backlog on maintenance. So we do have this backlog on maintenance. What we have done as well as Transnet is to relax some rules through the processes, the process of approval from the National Treasury as well on our supply chain services to ensure that we fast track the process of procuring either the spares that we need for the equipment and all of that. We're beginning to see some improvement around those areas, and we're catching up with the backlog on the investments that we needed to make as far as maintenance is concerned. Phyllis touched on the skills, on how we attract skills. The honorable member also asked about the skills. I do want to say that year on year, or twice a year, we do advertise as well. On our side as port terminals, we actually have adverts that are closing externally tomorrow for the YPTs. We do that to attract students from universities as well to come and train and understand the business of Transnet and absorb them after the process, those who make it to be absorbed. So what we also have done around the maintenance space on our side, we have partnered with OEMs. OEMs, they help us with maintenance, and we have moved as well with the redundancy that we're beginning to have on equipment. The new acquisitions that we have made, we're now beginning to move away from the reactive maintenance to proactive preventative maintenance for all the equipment. And we do all of that to ensure that we catch up with the backlog, and the OEMs are assisting us. And it also assists us to reduce the longer lead times on spares. The OEMs are also assisting us to transfer skills to our artisans, the millwrights, and so forth. So whoever is coming from outside as well, i.e. our YPTs, they also get to be trained in-house by Transnet. I think I've covered, you also referred to the report that we presented last year, where you highlighted, I just want to make a correction. We had 2 mobile harbor cranes at City MPT, and we have made an acquisition of a 3rd mobile harbor crane. It has always, you mentioned that we said we're gonna have 2 additional. We actually have 1 additional, and in total, we're now sitting with 3 mobile harbor cranes. And we also mentioned in the report that was presented by Siyabonga that we have additional straddle carriers that have been injected. We have other haulers that have been injected. And the report highlights the availability of our equipment and what equipment we have. We're still waiting for delivery for additional rich stackers that we are expecting to inject in the process. I think the timelines around that, when is it? April, we're gonna have the additional rich stackers. If we do all of that, we will have enough equipment to continue doing what we do at City MPT. I'll then pass on to Ngobile to touch on, I think there's a question around the RTGs and the wind speeds, when do we stop and all of that. Ngobile, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the honorable members for posing those questions. We appreciate, Madam Chair, the fact that we are accounting and the fact that you can pull up what you said last year when we were here. And it's good to note that we have made progress on some of the initiatives that we committed on. So I'll just cover what was not covered by my colleagues. In terms of equipment reliability of resisting wind, so we have the 4, and it was also covered by you, Madam Chair, that question of RTGs. So there are 4 new RTGs that we procured with anti-swing. They can work up to 90 kilometers an hour. Thereafter, the machine will cut off by itself. So that's the maximum that it can do. But because those machines are operated by humans, we need to take the human element of it into account. So just the fact that it can, by design, go to 90, it does not mean that it's safe for the person who's up there at a wind blowing at 90 kilometers an hour. So that's where the advantage of the automation comes into place, because you remove the human element of it. So that's the advantage. On top of the 4, we also have 3 that we refurbish, retrofits, fitted the anti-swing. So in total, we have 7 in the terminal, along with straddle carriers that can also work up until 90 kilometers an hour. So automation is going to look at the equipment in terms of STS as well as RTGs. STS being our ship-to-shore gantry cranes. By design, the STS can work up until at least 97 kilometers an hour. 97 kilometers an hour, but we also stop at a safe speed of 80 kilometers because we need to take into consideration the safety of the human who's operating that equipment. So we'll gain that advantage that is going to move our GCH from 20 to 30, as highlighted in our presentation, in terms of the automation. That's the benefits that we're going to gain. And benchmarking in terms of other terminals, your Barcelona, as well as other European terminals, they have gained that competitive advantage due to the adverse weather that we face in Cape Town. And then I think
I shouldn't check. So the 4 that you're speaking of, that's new. Are those the gantries?
yes, those are the
With anti-slide
rubber tight gantry cranes.
Okay, and those are new, and 3 were being refurbished.
Three are
Have
old pieces of equipment, but we did the retrofits, and
Retrofit.
we're able. So in total, we have 7 in the terminal.
Okay, there's 4 new and 3 retrofitted.
So the 4 new were commissioned in January last year.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. And then in terms of skills, workforce, I think it's covered under training Transnet Academy. We do have necessary mandatory trainings that we need to do because we are governed in terms of our operators. They need to go various licensing period. We also do training in terms of our planners, but we also need to tap into international knowledge when it comes to planning so that we can advance our employees. Hence why we highlighted in terms of the recommendations from World Bank to increase the capacity in terms of our knowledge when it comes to planning. As far as we have done locally, we are doing our best, but it's always best to tap into what other terminals are doing and benchmark on that and upskill our employees as well. So we have Nevis who sometimes come through. We've had assistance from other port users, your APM terminals who've partnered with Transnet to capacitate the planners within all our departments and all our divisions. So that talks to the training that we do. In terms of, I know Sisioli will cover at her strategic level in terms of the various components of stakeholders we addressed. It was asked by Honorable Nkondlo in terms of the demographics of the groups that we interact with. We did indicate that we have various WhatsApp groups, but on top of the various WhatsApp group, we have statutory meetings that is chaired by my colleague TNPA under Mr. Rajesh Dana, which happens every Thursday, 9 o'clock, where various port users come and discuss port operations. So those WhatsApp groups are mainly for port operations. We do have bilateral meetings with shipping lines. There are standards that we must have in terms of the wash-ups that we have. So those are mainly for port operations, challenges that you are facing now immediately that we need to resolve. And then we have strategic meetings that we have with organized groups already. So we don't have much to do in terms of changing the demographics because we're talking about your citrus growers, your SATI. In terms of Truckers Association, there are 3 that we deal with: Harbour Carriers, Truckers for Unity, Truckers for Transformation. So those are already organized groups that we interact with on a daily day-to-day basis and improve efficiency and throughput in terms of the terminal. But on the MPT front, I'm sure Ms. Anderson would have touched on it, the transformation that perhaps Honorable Nkondlo is talking about of small emerging. City MPT is a strategic terminal for encouraging your small emerging miners in terms of the manganese front. And then in terms of the packing chair, perhaps I need to highlight, I was highlighting the challenges in terms of fruit being packed, understanding that we had to do a gamba walk. If you remember last year, the commitment was that we'll go to the farm and do a gamba walk. We could not do that, Chair. As we were about to do it, I think it was Delta. There's been too many variants. I'm not sure whether during that time it was Delta variant that impacted us to go to the farm. So that was postponed. So we did still manage to get some information and view in terms of the entire supply chain virtually through Teams. So hence why our understanding is far better, and even our decision making now is influenced by understanding the impact of the fact that if this is the current situation, the grower will have a challenge in terms of picking the fruits, because if the weather changes immediately, they need to pick that fruit. And if they have no way of picking and packing that fruit, it means the fruit will go to waste. So we do have that cognitive understanding now. And in our day-to-day decision making, we always know exactly what are the pain points. And then in terms of the truck booking system, yes, it was implemented in October. It was initially projected to start in September. That was our commitment. But due to the delays in terms of the Delta variant, we had to take employees to go and be trained in Durban because it was implemented in Durban. And one must say, Chair, we did not take anyone to Durban. We trained our employees virtually. We trained the entire industry because we had to take through the industry, your freight forwarders, everyone was going to use the booking system virtually. So the month of August, September was used for intensive training because it was all done virtually, and the implementation. And successfully, we implemented the system without having to risk anyone having to travel, even though there were no restrictions in terms of local and provincial travels. But we had to mitigate in terms of the risk. So that's why it was delayed from September to October. And then in terms of communication telephones, I'll touch on that, Dr. Andrews. We've always communicated to our stakeholders that the Transnet lines, they don't give an engaged tone. So we get an influx of phone calls. So if you are calling me and I'm on a phone, on a telecom already, I'm engaged, it doesn't give that engaged dialing tone. So at times it is assumed that we are ignoring phone calls. Hence why we have now 1,000 people that we communicate with on a daily basis on WhatsApp. So sometimes when customers, industry participants cannot get hold through of our colleagues on the telephones, they will send those messages in the WhatsApp group. So we immediately respond. So that helps to just minimize that frustration from industry participants.
So if I phone Transnet and you're busy on another phone call, it won't tell me you're busy on another phone call. No. Just keep on ringing and ringing. It won't ask me, do you want to leave a voicemail? Nothing like that. That's what I'm trying to figure out, because I'm trying to understand what the problem is. Okay.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so it just keeps on ringing.
It doesn't give an engaged tone.
Okay.
Yeah. Doesn't give. Night shift runs, Madam Chair, it has gained some momentum. It's not fully operational. On our side, we are 24 hours, 7 days a week. So we have changed our, because we also used to work 16 hours because there was no uptake from the industry. But for us to drive that initiative and ensure that we fully utilize night shift, we started working night shift, incurred additional cost because it comes with additional cost, including weekends. We have seen participation from industry from 3%. Last week, we did break a record where we did 16% utilization of night shift. On average, we do about 7,000 trucks in a week. We can take that number, Madam Chair, to at least 10,000 to 11,000 if we fully utilize the night shift. That means that cargo availability will improve, and then we can improve bedding prospects and vessel turnaround time, etc. I'm just trying to see which other questions I might have left out. Madam Chair, I think on my side, I've covered. If there are any questions, we'll all come back to them. Thank you.
3% night shift utilization before, and now 16.16.
Last week was 16. I must emphasize.
Last week was 16. Is that your highest so far?
Highest so far.
Okay, so 16%, and you have 7,000 trucks per night.
Yeah.
And you want to get it to 10, between 10 and 11,000. Okay, by when?
By today, if it can. So we've always opened the doors for 24 hours, but it's an entire value chain. So we are having those discussions, and we've seen from 3%, went to 7, went to 12. So last week we hit the 16% highest record. So we want to sustain and grow.
How long did it take you to get to 16%?
Sure.
How many weeks, how many months?
Since we implemented truck booking system in October.
So in October, so that's about 6 months. Okay, so in another 6 months, you went up about 13 percentage points. So in another 6 months, you're going to come back to us. You're going to be like, we had 29% utilization of night shift hours.
As a collective.
As a target collective.
Yeah, as a collective industry participation, we'll come back to you to say we've aligned. We now have freight forwarders, we have depots, we have pack houses, we have PBECB. We are all working 24 hours and even including weekends. Hopefully, we are hoping for that. We want that, Madam Chair.
We're all what?
All the backlogs that we are faced with, if we can work as a team and ensure that we work around the clock, just like Transnet, just like what we're doing on the Transnet side, we have had through the industry colleagues that we have been meeting with, that they need to make some investments. I'm sure if you're growing your business all the time, you would need to have some investment, create capacity ahead of demand. So we really would want to encourage them to work around the clock, and we will clear all the congestion that you see outside.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if I missed any hands online for answers. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether we can't deal with some of the TFR issues that were raised. Russell is online, and then perhaps thereafter, Yolisa to deal with the emerging entrants in these different segments of the economy. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Chairperson, once again. Chairperson, you're correct. When we presented to you on the 20th, I think it was the 23rd of June last year, we indicated that our capacity was 100 plug points. We did get to that capacity, and by the time we presented to you, we had the 100 capacity, and we moved that up from, I think we had effectively 60 beforehand. We got to that capacity, but just before the season started, we realized that now at the end of last year, 40 had been vandalized. So what we agreed was that we need to move the location of those current ones as well as the new ones what we want to install. But I must indicate, Chairperson, this is based on the demand that we have. Otherwise, we install these things and it's not utilized. I'm confident with the discussions that we've had now with some of these logistics service providers and the new location, you will see an improved number when we come to you the next time when we have such session. Not next week, but certainly when you call us again in a few months' time to give feedback, then we will have up that number. But vandalism is definitely an issue that we need to deal with. I indicated to you beforehand that with the new tenants that we want to house in Transnet Park and Belcon, security is one of the issues that there must be a specific focus about if we are to attract all these volumes to Belcon. And then we also indicated to you when we had the last discussion that we've secured opportunities to the number of 27,700 containers. I think that's what we said when we had the last discussion in June. As I said, we'll finish the year. Some of those came online late, so we'll finish the year on around about 21,000. Currently, we're standing on new opportunities that will, with an annualized tempo of 53,200. So we continue to get more of these containers on board on the Belcon side, and our aim is really to up that number even further. So that's what we're working on, Chairperson. And then you also spoke about the night shift. When I refer to the night shift, I refer to Belcon specifically and not necessarily the port. Andrew, I think in part answered this question about it's based on the traffic and the volumes coming in. So currently, like I indicated, we have a 5-day operation, 6 o'clock till 22:30, and it's really based on demand. But what we've seen, if we are to grow further from the 53,000 annualized tempo that we see now, we need to introduce a third shift and then 24/7 operation. We've put in some flexibility around our shifts. So, for instance, if there's a requirement for Saturday and Sunday, we do bring the teams out to come and service that. And if there's a special requirement during the week as well, we change the shift with the current capacity that we have. But for us to grow further, we realize that we'll have to add more people and then introduce that full 24/7 shift. I think Andrew answered the other questions. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I don't know if Yolisa is still online. She was in the early part of the meeting.
I am sorry. I was just waiting to be asked to comment. Okay. Thank you so much, Andrew. Chair, I just want to say that last year we developed what we call an emerging miner strategy, and that was approved by EXCO. And part of what we're trying to do is we're trying to make an assessment, a deep dive assessment on the pain points that our emerging miners are experiencing throughout the various sectors or commodities. Phase 1 of that, Chair, was to look at the status quo, as I've indicated, identify the pain points, define an emerging miner from a Transnet perspective. That's very important to note, Chair, because more often than not, we find ourselves dealing with third parties as opposed to somebody who has a mining right, but also the fact that some of them have now graduated, for lack of a better word, they are now majors, and it's very important. It is very important that we have a clear definition of what an emerging miner is so that the right people are benefiting from the scheme. The findings obviously took us to a couple of things. There's an issue around accessing finance. There's an issue around capacity allocation, as well as loading facilities. Phase 2 of that, and that is what the various operating divisions are working on, is to obviously look at how do we then address these pain points. One of the things that we've successfully done, which deals with the issue around accessing finance, is that we've created a product between Transnet and the insurer of choice by the miner, where we have, kind of jointly de-risked the facility where the miner rather, as they are looking for insurance. There's a cash guarantee that they have to put up front. There's a whole lot of financial requirements from their end. And if it's sitting with the insurer, almost 100% or the cost becomes a little bit higher in terms of the emerging miner. So what we've done to de-risk that is we said that a certain portion of the fund will come from, or the insurance will come from Transnet, or guarantee will come from Transnet, certain portion will come from the emerging miner, which then releases cash flow for the miners. The other areas that are being looked into by the ODs, as I've indicated, is an in-depth evaluation of the loading facilities, so that we can reduce the cost of doing business for the miners. More often they have to truck into the nearest facilities because they don't own these loading facilities, unlike the majors, as well as capacity on the rail, as well as ports. So that's something that's work in progress, Chair. But I think the most important thing to highlight is that at least there's a strategy in place, and it was approved by EXCO and is in the process of either being implemented or further work is being done in terms of the areas that we have identified as pain points. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think those were all the answers. I just want to say, in terms of the training, please, DDAT is sitting here. Please also speak to them about some of the training that the province is doing with, for example, Saldanha by IDZ and the SEZs and Atlantis SEZs and all of those other things, because there's artisanal training, there's work placement training. Saldanha by IDZ, I know, also is currently assisting with training for maritime and things like that, and oil makers and electricians, and I don't know what, not everything. And they also have CETA funding and stuff that they work through and stuff like that. I do know, for example, the province also worked with some of the universities to bring boat building in, for example, as a subject. So maybe if there's a marine ship repair problem in the province in terms of skills and uptake of students, then with DDAT as the province and Transnet, the different organizations with the IDZ and the SEZ, see what is there and how we can work together and get the 3 universities or 4 universities from the province into a room. There's no reason why, if you say, okay, Transnet, province, the universities, the TVETs, we get each other into a room, we do a specific session, and we say, what do we currently have on the table and what do we need? And then if the universities tell you, okay, but we're not getting the students, then you say, okay, what does the university need from us as Transnet and the province? And if the problem is the kids aren't coming from education, then you can knock on Minister Schaefer's inbox and you say, Minister Schaefer, we are now here. We are here to speak to you about, we need your kids to come to university to do ship repair. Or we need them to come to universities because we're not getting enough maintenance people for the trains, or we're not getting enough boiler makers and electricians and stuff like that. So somewhere between all of that, you need to make sure that there's enough communication on what is needed and what the pipeline is for the succession of these different entities and the different departments, so that we can make sure in 10, in 20 years time, we have the electricians, we have the engineers, we have those who focus on ship repair and stuff like that. Just an idea, take it or leave it. Maybe the committee might put it in our resolutions. Colleagues, with that, I'm going to open for another round of hands. If none, going once, Member Nkondlo. Any other hands? Going twice. Okay, Ms. Bankon, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. If the response on my question on the road to rail pilot actually is actually asked at a time where Transnet has had maybe different iterations of that strategy, which was 2015. My interest, if my questions cannot be answered, is to really, at this point, because where we're sitting with the different reviews of a strategy, we're not part of the internal operations of Transnet, And obviously, when we have an opportunity to engage with those that are, all we expect is to be told from that strategy to where we are, what has happened, how much government has actually had to cough out in as far as the old strategy, what were its weaknesses, which I am sure in whatever iteration that is there now, it would have from the previous strategy. So what I'm requesting, Chair, the colleagues from Transnet, and I'm not expecting them to answer me now because I think the previous answer gave me that indication that such a strategy was reviewed. I'm requesting the report of that particular strategy, which must give me at least the answers that I'm looking for, because where I'm sitting, all I'm asking, even with the trialing of the current strategy that they are referring to, surely we will be coming back to a conversation of understanding the extent to which this strategy that they're implementing now has managed to sort of live to its promise. So all I'm seeking at this point is that part of a report of that particular strategy that was reported, which government was able to indicate that this will enable us, because where we are in 2022, even at the time that as the Western Cape Provincial Parliament we're engaging with Transnet, we should have received benefits of what was launched as part of the strategy as it changes over time. So this is my request, Chair, is to get the report of that particular pilot, what has happened to it, and where are the changes, which would then indicate or provide us exactly the strategy that Transnet is implementing as we speak. That's the first one. The second one, Chair, is that I would request, I think one of the colleagues did mention that the groups that they are meeting, they indicated that they are organized, assuming that they would not necessarily, them as Transnet, know the profile of that in as far as their inclusivity is concerned. If they can share the list of these, because one was not in any way burdening them to account on the profile of those. I just wanted to understand whether are they alive to that particular question, and are they checking when they are meeting with the various associations, and particularly in industry, that indeed there is a movement of getting new entrants, in the engagements that they are having. So if they can share that information with us. And lastly, Chair, I think contributing also to what you've just raised on the issue of skills development, I would be interested once again from a historic information, Transnet to tell us that we once again are talking to date, at a point where there's been, it's not like it's a new conversation about artisan development, Transnet contributing, to training for its own operations, but also for the economy. One is interested to know at this point where we are, what has been, that contribution, especially in the maritime space, because I'm aware that Transnet has been doing sort of that work under its skills development, producing, I think, some of the maritime related skills, which also would include, I think there's even a maritime school here in Cape Town that they had partnered with in the past. So I'm interested if they can give us, the historic data in as far as that work is concerned, if it's still continuing within Transnet, if they can tell us, particularly from the Western Cape and Cape Town in particular, what has been the type of numbers of training that they have done, both for their own internal operations, but also for the economy, and if they can be able to indicate those numbers in as far as, those that have completed, if they do have information of any exit opportunities, which those who have graduated or completed the courses have managed to secure in the market. So if they can just give us a report around the skills development development investment that Transnet is putting up, in particular in as far as Western Cape is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, colleagues. As you can see, as a committee, we love giving people homework. There was another committee last week in a cluster visit on economic development and tourism. We gave them lots of homework in the tourism unit. But I want to add on to a point that Nkondlo made. I think when you send that report on the road to rail for us, I think the next meeting, now we've gone to go see the port, we've seen the backlogs, we've seen the congestion. I think when we do the road to rail, we go do the meeting at the Balkan station. Or if there's not enough space in terms of, for example, a meeting room, we can always do the start part here, like we did with the port, because last time we did the port section here where you do the presentation and then you go on the oversight to the respective station. And then maybe we must also then go see the properties that you would like to add on for the truck stations and get some information, because you mentioned the Transnet Academy. So maybe that's, despite sending it in via written, then we also go and see and meet and see for ourselves also how it works. And I think that might assist us.
Chair, maybe on these last few, we find ourselves in a complex position in that our key reporting is to our shareholder ministry, DPE. So we can't really create a situation where we have a subset of reporting to each of the provincial departments. So we are, in a way, strongly accommodating these engagements, but I'm a bit nervous about where this is taking us, is that we actually are compelled to comply with a set of reporting which actually diverts from what our shareholder request is. So my suggestion in that respect is if there is specific reporting that this committee requires, is that could we rather request that directly from DPE in such a way that we don't short circuit that performance reporting. If I could come to these issues around road versus rail, Honourable Mokandlo, we're very honest about our feedback. Since 2012, TFR has not moved any more tonnage year on year than it did the year before. So essentially our volumes have been flat and the economy has grown over that period. So from a road versus rail perspective, we've lost traffic to road. We're aware of that. I don't know of the pilot that you're speaking about, and I'm not sure that providing a report back there would be of great assistance, going back to 2012. We would happily share with you our strategy for a forward-looking view of where TFR is positioned. We've already shared some of that with you this morning, and I think Russell has indicated how that works. We've engaged around how we foresee opening up some of the network to allow other operators to come in certain very distinct parts of the railway network in certain commodities. We also have focused plans around certain key commodity spaces, particularly mining, which we can share. So I think for me, that would be more helpful than trying to go back to 2012. That would be my suggestion there. In respect of skills development, this is where I raise the point of reporting. Perhaps what we can do in the next discussion is actually bring some representatives from some of the ODs and these were, I guess, yourselves, TNPA, and the Transnet Academy, and just talk to our skills approach, what we are doing, how effective we've been. I know in some programs we have additional space, for example, where we can accommodate people from outside of Transnet to the extent that that's helpful to the province. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Member Nkondlo, is that a new hand or legacy hand?
It is a new hand, Chair.
No problem, you can go ahead.
No, I think, Chair, we will have to have a conversation as a committee regarding the response that we've just recently had. And I think perhaps Transnet will have to indicate if indeed, in as far as their engagement with us as a provincial parliament, what are some of their limitations and boundaries? Because I think, Chair, I'm sure it is no way an intention of ourselves to sort of scope creep in as far as our engagement and the information that we require from Transnet as a public entity. So I think it's a matter that one Transnet would have to indicate, because I think they've been getting the invitations to our standing committee. It's not the first time today, and I think maybe through your office chair, such a scope of what we could engage with Transnet and what we could not at our level as a provincial parliament must then be clarified. That's the first one. The second one, Chair, is that I think for me, if colleagues can allow, unless they're saying they do not have the information, because Transnet, even with the strategic review that they are having at this point, remains an entity that has existed for longer than that. So I don't think there's anything untowards when somebody is asking historic information, because that historic information from where I'm sitting assists me to understand the changes that have happened, if there is any new way of doing things to deal with the same problem that Transnet has been trying to deal with since 2012, 2015, and now we're in 2022. Because all we are saying, as people who are sitting on the outside, you've got better information sitting in Transnet operation to know what has worked and what has not worked. Why are you now sitting with a situation where you will have to put in the new strategy? So for me, I am not satisfied, Chair, for being told that I must be satisfied with the current information. I am not. And all I'm saying, I must be advised if that information cannot be provided by Transnet as we're engaging them now, if they say that is information they would need authorization to release from the shareholder or from the board, let us be advised so that we can just do what is needed from our side. We write to whoever that we can be able to provide that information, and we get the information. So I just wanted to raise those two issues, Chair, and I support your proposal of saying, in addition to that, perhaps those oversight visits are also important. But I'm just a bit weary now, the extent to which whether, even if we have to do visits, do we have places that we cannot go to in Transnet? What does it mean? And already, I think when you started, you did indicate that there is a letter that was sent to the minister, to the DG of Public Enterprise, making them aware. So we are not sort of in any way putting Transnet on the spot here. We're asking things because even the shareholder would have been invited and would have asked these questions here in this particular meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. Before I take the extra hand, I see another hand online. So the same way I write to Transnet, to the minister, that everyone's on the letter. I do the exact same in province. DDAT is sitting here. Whether I write to the Minister of Finance, EcoDev, whether I write to Education, whether I write to Transport, whether I write to the Premier, our letters are all standard. We write to whoever's the political head, and then we write to the people who are in charge of that particular place, and then they must just tell us who's coming and presenting and so on and so on. There's no deviation in our templates, and there's some other chairs of other committees also online. Member Andrikas van der Westhuizen, for example, is chair of agriculture. Member Maseko, for example, is also chair of human settlements. All of the letters in the whole parliament is standard, and our procedural officers, who are so amazing, they just edit as to what we're writing in the letters. So there's no deviation. In terms of the oversight and the reports, last year was obviously the first time we had Transnet with us, really. But even before Transnet was with us, we have, for example, as a committee, been to Eskom Ankerlig Power Station. We have been to Eskom's Gerikwa Power Station. We've been to Total SA, which is a private entity. We've had ArcelorMittal before our committee, which is a private entity. We've done oversight at the port. We've done oversight at Saldanha by IDZ, which is our entity. We've done oversight at Atlantis, SEZ, which is our entity. We've done various different things across different governmental spheres and departments. And the reason I'm mentioning this also is, in the Western Cape, we also, unlike some other provinces, I think actually we're the only province that has a constitution, which is allowed in terms of the national space. The province is allowed to have a constitution, which is also why the WCBP is called the Provincial Parliament and not a legislature. So that's the history of the WCBP as well. We actually have a provincial constitution, where technically we are allowed to even summons any person in the country to provide any information. Now, we as a committee have a consensus amongst us. We don't just summons, we don't do that. You work collegially with your different departments, with your different spheres of government. We ask, can you please help us with X? Because you also need our help with Y. And the thing with the ports is you cannot run a better port without us. And we cannot have better exports without you. So we're in the same situation, the exact same situation. We need each other. So I think one of the things that the members are trying to convey is we are not going to have a better Cape Town port if we don't work together. And that is the background from where we come from. The same way where we told Eskom, you are going to keep on having load shedding if you don't work with us. One of the first meetings I had when I got elected as chairperson, the second meeting actually, was with the COO of Transnet. I specifically invited them and I invited the DDAT officials and I said, it's fine, I'll pay for dinner. You come, you tell me what is your problems and what is your problems with us so that we can address it. I did the same with the Western Cape managers of Eskom. I said, can we talk together? And I even told them, I don't want you to be surprised when you end up before the committee. I'm telling you now, this is our intentions because we would like to work together so that we don't have these problems in 5, in 10 years' time. In 3 years' time, I might not even be sitting here, but at least in 3 years' time, you must be able to say, we as a committee, we as a province, we as different government spheres and different government departments and entities were able to work together for the betterment of the people of our country. Because if the Cape Town port fails, Ibeja port is going to fail. Durban, KZN port is going to fail. Because as we've said, they all impact upon one another. Saldanha Bay IDZ is going to fail. Mossel Bay with Total SA is going to fail. They all impact on one another. There are some of your entities that are not here for this particular briefing because it's not relevant to them. For example, the natural gas section of Transnet. We've already had an engagement with them at Saldanha IDZ. Because why? Because you can't speak about importation of LNG without speaking about Eskom Ankerlig, without speaking about the infrastructure that Transnet needs to bring in order to get it through a pipeline to Eskom, or if we're going to bring in ISO containers or whatever. You can't speak in isolation. And that is the background from what we are speaking on. But Member Nkondo, you are right. We're going to have a conversation as a committee about the particular matter. Member van der Westhuizen, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My next questions are regarding the movement or the proposal to move the export of manganese ore to the Saldanha Bay Harbour, which to a layperson like myself seems to be a very good idea. But what would be needed? And would you be using the existing Transnet rail facility? Would you be using the Sishen line? Would you be using the same infrastructure that you use for iron ore? If you could just perhaps help us to say, A, what would be needed in terms of further investment, capital investment, and B, to what extent would that open up other opportunities for the Cape Town Harbour? And then to go back to the Belcon container park, are you able to provide the reefer containers with electricity while they might be underway from Belcon to the Cape Town Harbour, or would there be a danger of perhaps breaking the cold chain that I know many products require in order to arrive, in the best condition possible at its final destination? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Mr. Shaw, you can allocate accordingly.
Maybe just to respond, Madam Chair, on the first issue is, we're entirely committed to working with the Western Cape, and I think you've seen the level of that commitment, to the detail of allowing people into the ports and assessing our equipment. And so, I think we've demonstrated by way of example, our willingness to work. But what I was just indicating is that we can't create standing reports that are not aligned to what our shareholder provides for. So we are overly committed to working with the province around these issues, and particularly resolving issues that have a direct impact on this economy and the people within this jurisdiction. That's critical for us. So, as you said, you actually facilitate and help us, and so we see that, and we see it through our customer engagements and through the work that TPT, because they're sort of on the coalface of what happens. So we in no way are indicating that we don't wish to work with this, but I just raised that because we can't create a sort of separate reporting line structure. That wouldn't be how we've been set up. That's really the constraint. So please don't see that as a way of trying to obviate from our responsibility. In respect of the Road to Rail study of 2012, if we can get a detail of what that is, we will go back in history and find out what was encompassed in that study. I've engaged with Russell now over WhatsApp. He's not aware of such a study. I'm not aware of such a study, and we will then provide some feedback on that particular item. But again, I would suggest that if you give us the opportunity to spend some time talking about what we wish to do in the rail space and where we wish to serve better and where we wish to expand volumes, I think you will find that helpful. It talks to branch lines, it talks to the key commodities in containers, autos, and agriculture, which are very important for this province, as well as some of the big commodity flows from the mining sector. So I think that maybe is a helpful discussion for next time. The discussion around the movement of manganese away from this terminal, what we're trying to do with bulk commodities, and I will allow Russell to talk to rail and TNPA to pick up on the ports, is that the way to compete in the bulk commodity space globally is to get economies of scale out of moving the greatest tonnage as possible through a single channel. So in the case of manganese, we actually at this point move manganese into almost every single terminal in the country, Saldanha, Cape Town, PE, Coega, Port of Durban. And so we're trying to rationalize those channels to actually be more competitive in what we do, longer trains, etc. So a key part of that is the establishment of what we call the net terminal, which is in Coega, and I'll allow Andiso to pick up on that.
It's in Coega Manganese Export Terminal, NMET.
NMET.
Yeah.
And then the expansion of manganese into Saldanha, where again Russell can pick up on the rail issue there, which was can you mix iron ore and manganese, which we currently do. So perhaps if I can leave it and allow Andiso to pick up and Russell to pick up on those aspects.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Chair. Honourable van der Westhuizen, it is our intention. The demand for export manganese is currently more than we have from a rail capacity point of view. And as Andrew indicated, we're now railing to almost all the ports in South Africa, or exporting manganese from all the ports of South Africa. So we used to rail to Durban, Richards Bay, the port of Provincial, and then Cape Town as well, and then Saldanha. Our two main channels are actually Saldanha and Provincial. So up until I would say 2013, Provincial was our main channel, and we started the Saldanha manganese, and currently we have capacity of about 5 million tons per annum on the Saldanha line, and then about 10 million tons on the Provincial line. But the demand is closer to 20 million tons, and we've started railing to Cape Town, and then, as I indicated, the other channels. So we've got a strategy as to how we expand further the capacity, and the two channels that we're focusing on are the Sishen-Saldanha line, to get that up to 6 million tons, and then on the Provincial side is to get it up to 16 million tons. So we've done some studies on the Provincial line to increase the capacity by 6 million tons. We've engaged with the customers. There's definitely an appetite to get more of the capacity on that line. We've spoken tentatively to some investors also about funding, because Obviously, we're going to need funds for the capital expansion, and we communicating constantly with our customers in terms of that and the timelines. So we think our aim is to, from a rail point of view, have that capacity ready by 25, 26, optimistically, and that's what we're working towards. Then on the question around the reefer trains, so the reefer trains is a specialized train. It does have a generator on. So even when the train moves, we maintain that cold chain of the containers that are on that train. To answer the second question that you had there, Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Thank you.
Okay, just to finish off, Chair, I think Russell has touched on the rail capacity on manganese. I'm going to talk about manganese on the Saldanha line, just to respond to the honourable member's question. So without repeating what Andrew was saying earlier on, we already have a production of 22 million tons in the country. Of that, 10 goes via the port of PE. We handle that manganese at the port of PE, the terminal that we call port PE bot. We also handle some manganese at the Ngquga terminal. We also are handling around 5 million tons via the Saldanha line. The Saldanha line, it was an interim solution while we build the NMET that we're talking about. We have, however, decided as Transnet to formalize it. We are engaging with the department already to formalize the Saldanha line, which will then lead us to having only 2 channels, which will be your Gqeberha line, which is the NMET that we're talking about. The NMET is aimed at handling 16 million tons of manganese. We will then handle 6 million tons via the Saldanha line, which is your Sishen Saldanha. Cape Town is currently handling manganese, which is estimated around 500,000 tons per annum, with a capacity that can go up to 1 million. But we're very cognizant of the fact that, or wary of the fact that, we cannot continue handling manganese in the clean city. We do want to do away with that and move that manganese to Saldanha, either Saldanha or NMET, as soon as we have NMET, with the projections that we have that in the next 5 years we will be commissioning the new terminal at Ngquga port. So that's the view on the manganese side.
I just want to check quickly, because last year you were refurbishing the storage shed, no? And because half of the capacity of the shed was then being used, and you were also refurbishing the rail refurbishment construction project also at CTMPT for the newly revamped rail line due for completion in March this year. So is that still going ahead, the refurbishment of the shed and the railway line, which is due in 2 weeks or 1.5 weeks? Or what was this related to the Saldanha line? Because I'm not an engineer, so you need to just assist me.
You don't forget, Chair. We are completing. The rail refurbishment at CTMPT is not aimed at us handling manganese. It's actually for the terminal. Either we do the bulk, we're thinking of having an agri-hub and so forth. So the rail refurbishment is going very well. We're due to finish it, let me say, by 1st April in the new financial year, according to Transnet books. We would be done with, would have commissioned the works that we were busy with. Moving to the shed, we're still using half of the shed. You have physically been there and seen it. We have mentioned that it is a heritage building, and working with our TNPA colleagues, it's quite a long process to look at it. And if we say we're not going to continue handling manganese in the future, the question is, do we convert it to be a cold storage when we continue with us having a cool port handling agri products and so forth. So those are the discussions that we're busy with. Subsequent to us discussing with you last year that to increase more manganese, we would need to refurbish the other side of the shed. We used to handle sugar for the distribution to SAB, Coca-Cola, and so forth. In the other shed, that shed has since been released by the customer that was using it. It is also open for any other bulk commodity, and we're also opening it up for manganese. So there's no damage on us not fast tracking the refurbishment of the other side of the shed. There is another additional shed that is now available. So that's where we are with those two projects.
So basically, if anyone is listening, Transnet is open for business. Colleagues, any final questions?
Yes,
Sorry.
I wanted to add from the authority side, because when decisions are made to increase the tonnages from the authority side, we need to also provide the infrastructure to meet the tonnages. So we are definitely aligned with the additions that Andis has just made reference to, particularly for the Port of Saldanha, that we put in place the infrastructure developments for our MPT, the multipurpose terminal, and also to make sure that we extend or enlarge the jetty there, and also making sure that the dredging also it takes place to accommodate the bigger vessels that they will require as they increase the tonnage. So I just wanted to make it clear that as the operators are coming up with this big projects and to increase the tonnage on the other side, from the land side or also from the authority side, we make sure that we provide the required infrastructure as we are requested or required in terms of the National Ports Act. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, any burning questions before lunch? If none, thank you so much. We are going to then break for lunch now. And then when we come back at 1 o'clock, did we say? Can we do it a little bit earlier? Is everyone okay with reconvening at 1:45? Or do you prefer to reconvene at 1?
Chairperson, 1 o'clock is perfect with me.
Okay. Colleagues, we will then reconvene at 1 o'clock. We will be discussing cybersecurity. So I'll then first put it to the committee that we please have in camera, and then we can continue with the discussion. And I'll also then make sure with IT that IT just assists us with making sure that that session then is in camera as well. See, there's a chat box thingy. Okay, so it's just a request, I think, regarding resolutions for later, maybe, that member has posted. So we will take that into consideration. But with that, please do join us. We have prepared lunch for the respective stakeholders. And I look forward to seeing you all at 1 o'clock. I see a new hand online, Member van der Westhuizen. Anything urgent?
No, thank you, Chair. Is everybody going to rejoin us after lunch? Because if some of them need to go back to work, I would just like to express our appreciation.
Thank you so much. If there are departments that need to go back, if it's not part of the cybersecurity, you're welcome to go forth with your everyday, day-to-day matters. But if you are part of the cybersecurity session, please do remain for that particular session. For those who will be leaving us, thank you so much for being with us. HOD Fourie, thank you for being with us as well online. We really do appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
part of the presentation. I've been informed that in the presentation there's nothing confidential, but there will be confidential information in the discussion. So with the advice from the POs, I'm going to then allow the presentation to be open, and then once we start the discussion, I will then close it. Ms. Adams, am I correct? Okay. You see, Ms. Adams runs this committee. Colleagues, with that, I'm going to hand over straight to Transnet. You know the rules already, and we're going to follow it in the same question and answer session format. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Pandelani Munyayi. I'm the Group CIO. I'll be taking you through the presentation. So, as indicated, the presentation as it is, it has been filtered to such an extent that there are no confidential matters to make sure that at least we are in good cause. Main reasons that we've done this, Chair, is based on the fact that cybersecurity on its own or on its nature is very, very, a confidential subject, in the sense that you won't find big or reputable companies indicating as to the nature of the systems which they have in place to counteract whatever happens or whatever is happening on the cybersecurity. So we've just decided to take that precautions. But in the event that you ask deep technical questions, we will do whatever it takes to answer them and provide you with proper clarifications. So just getting deeper into the questions, because ours was to respond to the questions that were raised. It says the recent cybersecurity attacks on the ports, the nature and reasons for the cyber attack, the impact it had on the Cape Town terminals, what is it being done to address the delays that affected the container terminals in the Western Cape, and what are the next steps to ensure that cyber do not reoccur. So in terms of the nature of the attack, Chair, it was a ransomware attack where we received an email or a note via an email. Fortunately, we did understand exactly what that entails. So as a result, we instructed everybody not to open that email, because the moment you start opening that email, that is where you start to engage with the gangsters or people who are, doing some malicious intent on your network. So we decided to ignore them, and we start working on some counter measures. So in terms of the impact, as I said, as soon as we realized that this is a ransomware attack, and after ignoring it, we then decided to shut down all the systems to avoid malwares from propagating throughout the whole network. So obviously this had a serious impact on all ports, because most of the systems that were used at the ports were no longer in operations at that time, because everything was stopped. So what we then did there was to start regrouping and look at areas where we can try to start resuscitating those systems that were very critical on our network. So we brought in our service providers and we started reconstructing all the affected systems after doing some analysis. What was also very critical for us was the fact that this attack as well also proved a challenge, because most of the systems that we are using at the moment, or even before, were legacy systems, which then took a little bit of time for us to upgrade or to load in new software systems. But nonetheless, we made it happen to the extent that we are where we are now, and the systems are up and running with the modernized infrastructure. So we also did all the upgrades of the antivirus systems and so forth and so forth. Next slide. So another area perhaps that I need to indicate, which is very crucial to say in terms of asking the question on what is it that has been done up to so far to make sure that at least we don't recur, or this system of the cyber attack does not really happen at a massive scale like the way it did. One area that we neglected as an organization was the fact that we did not focus on building skills or cyber skills within the organization. That was lacking by far. But fortunately, after that process, we started regrouping and say that let's focus on cybersecurity skills and let's make sure that we train and we recruit highly skilled people who are going to assist the whole organization in the event of cyber going forward. So another area again that we looked at, next slide, was something that is very crucial, is to say, if you look at different organizations, whether it's telecommunications companies or you're talking about the banks, they've got ways and means in which they can monitor and manage the high alerts incidents that comes on the network. So in our case, we didn't have that and we never invested on that. So after cyber attack, we started establishing our own sort of capability, which we call the virtual SOC, which is the Virtual Security Operations Center, where we are able to receive all these high severity alerts and interrogate and see exactly what is happening on our network, which is something that is very crucial, Chair, for the organization to run, because you cannot operate a network without knowing exactly what is happening. I can even tell you, for example, many operators, telco operators and banks, they get or they receive serious attempts for hacking on the daily basis. To some of them even receive like 2,000 attempts. But the fact that they do have some proactive monitoring, they are able to react before something happens. So if in our case, our intention going forward is to make sure that at least we put ourselves on the same level with other service providers where we are able to proactively monitor serious hacking attempts on our network. On top of that, we also did some sort of a strategic planning where we looked at areas of what exactly can we do to implement some sort of countermeasures, including installations of different equipment on our network to make sure that at least we hardened our infrastructure in a way that it will be difficult to crack. So we do have a sort of roadmap where in that roadmap we are in the almost complete in terms of implementing everything that is required. Initially, when we submitted this, we were tempted to provide the details of the roadmap and the activities that we are busy with, but it was felt that at that point in time, some of the information could be confidential because if we keep on, distributing information of this nature, even our enemies or people who are doing the hacking on the network will be counter planning and they will know exactly what we are doing. So as a result, we decided to talk through the presentation rather than submitting the detailed roadmaps. So on that score, Chair, I think I'll pause there and see if there are any further clarifications or questions that need us to clarify. I will do whatever it takes to make sure that I clarify any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is Mr. Sam online or with us? I just want to ask if he could pause just here, and I would like to just on record make sure that the members are comfortable with us closing the discussion session, just so that the PO has it on record. Colleagues, are you online, members? Member van der Westhuizen?
I'm online, Chair. Would you like us to go over to questions now already?
I first would like to ask that we formally on record close the discussion session before we go into questions and answers. As indicated previously this morning, we are not allowed to close the meeting beforehand. For example, say just, we're going to have a closed meeting. I have to formally put it in committee to the members in line with Rule 72 of the Western Cape Provincial Rules.
I then propose that we close the session now.
Thank you so much. If everyone else is in concurrence, I hear no objection, so I take it as everyone is agreeing. I will then close the discussion session. We can then reopen it once the discussion has been concluded. Thank you so much. Mr. Hassam, if you can just make sure that the YouTube is off. Ms. Morris, are you online? I see you're online.
Hi, Chair. Yes, I am.
Is the YouTube off?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so Ms. Morris is one of our IT officials and she's confirming that the YouTube is off. Ms. Adams, can you just quickly go to YouTube and just check that? What does it say? so that we can conclude the session.
Hi, Chair. We live.
Okay. Okay, you just check on the YouTube to see if we are live.
It's just a 30-second delay or difference.
No, I completely understand. I just want to make sure that we don't deny anyone the right to be part of the meeting now that we are live. Okay, perfect. It's back open. Thank you so much. Now that we have concluded that particular session on cybersecurity, I would like to thank all the Transnet entities. You're so many. I'm not going to go through all the acronyms, the whole alphabet. Thank you so much to DDAT. Thanks for being here today. I do believe it's been a very productive day. I believe it's been a very insightful day, and I believe that working together, we can get our ports to do better. And something I've learned today is we need to expedite, and we need to innovate, and we need to automate, and we need to find ways to get there. And we need to work together in order to get there. But with that, the committee is going to continue with committee business in terms of things like resolutions and ways forward. And you're welcome to stay if you wish, but you're also welcome to go about your normal day-to-day operations. And you're thus excused. I know some people have some flights that they would like to catch home. So thank you so much. I wish you a wonderful day ahead. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Members, if you can just remain online while everyone is exiting the meeting. Okay, colleagues. Yeah. Colleagues, I'm now going to open up to the resolution stage. What I'll do is I'm first going to take the hands from the members online, and then anything else we'll try and consolidate by what we wrote down on this side as well. So members, I'll see your hands now for resolutions. If there are no hands, I have lots of resolutions. Member van der Westhuizen, any other hands? Member Nkondlo? Okay, in that order.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like to propose as a first resolution that we express our sincere appreciation for the engagement and all the information that was shared with us today. That's the first one. The second one is, I think we as a committee, well, I personally again came under the impression of just how important the Cape Town port, particularly in this case, is to the Western Cape economy, and that we, as a body that carries the interests of the residents of the Western Cape, that we arrange to keep us informed or to gain knowledge also regarding the plans for the refurbishment and the renewal and the improved management of particularly the container terminal. Then thirdly, Chair, I think if we could get some more information over time about road to rail initiatives. I think our Minister of Transport, or then Mobility in the Western Cape, would also be highly interested to what extent can we get traffic, particularly goods traffic, off our roads and put it back onto the rails, so to say. And then, Chair, I think we need to monitor going forward statistics such as the amount of freight that goes through the harbour. I found it quite shocking today that in terms of net mass or weight of goods being handled through the Cape Town port, that in the last 3 years there's not been really an upscaling of that. Whereas we know that our agricultural exports are growing, and I think it is just terrible that some of our Western Cape farmers are forced to look towards Koberga Harbour and others for their exports because of the bottlenecks at the Cape Town Harbour. And then lastly, Chair, I think we should wish the new manager of the Cape Town port, first congratulate him on his position, and secondly, wish him everything of the best in his endeavours to improve the efficiencies in the Cape Town port. I'll stop first, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no objections to those. Before I move to Member Nkondlo's hand, does anyone have anything? Is everyone in agreement with those? Okay, I'm taking that as a yes. Member Nkondlo?
No, Chair. I support the proposals of Member Andrikas. Firstly, Chair, I wish that we need to get our heads around the issue of the protocol in as far as engaging with entities like Transnet. And I'm saying formally now, because yes, in terms of practice, we have been doing it. There has not been an issue, but I'm raising it in light of the conversation of today around information 16, but also around frequency, or what I think the colleague raised as sort of additional or parallel type of reporting from their side. So I think we need to get our heads around this, both in as far as our NCOP engagement as a bridge to National Assembly oversight, but also from a practical point of view. Because I just think, yes, from a stakeholder relations, it becomes easier to get these meetings, and well and good. I don't think there's any malice from the official, let alone from ourselves. But I think somehow, we need to find a way that actually gives certainty on this matter officially, so that we do not have issues, including, whether the issue of attendance, where invites have been made of, ministers or DGs, what could be sort of a policy imperative that enables them, to be able to attend when they're invited by provincial legislatures, including ourselves as a provincial parliament. So I think it's one issue, Chair. I may be advised if there is already room in terms of the current either policy or whatever regulation, one and always needs to be supported by what are the legal prescripts, so that beyond the gentleman's agreement, I think once you get into this conversation, you are able also to cover ourselves and also the officials at a point where they would believe they may be stepping out of the line in terms of their engagement. The second issue, Chair, I want to support Member Andrikas on the issue of perhaps requesting a presentation or a discussion now beyond with Transnet around this issue of road to rail, which I would think we could then invite indeed our standing committee of transport, because in view of the announcements made by the Premier in the SOPA around the mobility, and also impetus being put on our infrastructure in the province, it will be important for us to draw lessons, but also to have an understanding of what that work on road to rail entails, especially given also the pressure of our roads, because we as the Western Cape and Cape Town in particular, as a business hub, an economic hub of the province particularly, we know the challenges and the limitations of our roads. I mean, we've got an N2 and an N1 already that is already always packed when it comes to peak times, even between the airport, between ports and all of that. So I think that conversation would be important from the rail perspective, to understand what would be the demands and what would be the logistical implications and infrastructure that would be required, as it was presented by the colleagues. So I'm supporting what a member Andrikas is raising, and just saying perhaps we can invite our standing committee and do it as a joint standing committee with the one on transport. I think I've already submitted my other, I think that question on there, because I was never asking about the study. I think the colleagues initially answered me and said that strategy was sort of expanded, and then that you're having a different strategy now they're implementing. And later when I make a follow-up, they then interpret that I'm asking a study. I was not asking a study, I was asking a program, because out of the strategy that they implemented of road to rail, which is not starting only today, also with the changes that have been done in Transnet, I'm asking the same road to rail that they are busy with, wherein there was a pilot. I even said that there was a pilot that was done and reported into the National Parliament, which I think I've explained some of my questions, which I think the procedural officer can be able to see those questions, including, I think, the information about the various industries that they are engaging in and the issue of skills. So those are mine, Chair, for this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Member Nkonda, I thank you for raising that, because when we do write these letters to entities that belong to a different department nationally, for example, our letters don't change. It's very, very standard stuff that we write in our letters, and you'll see it across committees. And not only have we already engaged with so many different stakeholders and the reason we are able to engage with them on these type of topics is because when we speak to them, we specifically speak to them on the impact upon we do engage, that people understand that we engage in because we're trying to assist them. Yes, we're doing oversight, but we're also trying to assist them. And similarly, sometimes they actually assist us to also even do better, because now we have more information on the particular topic. I think today specifically, there were some new faces with us. I did see when the topic came up, some of the older faces were nodding their heads in agreement with us. But I think maybe it's just one of those situations where sometimes we have new faces, and we just have to get to know each other a little bit more and to understand the different contexts and backgrounds that we're coming from. But there is also precedence from the previous parliament in terms of engagement with national entities. I'm not sure if the procedural officer wants to add anything to what I've just said on that particular point. Yes, no, maybe? Okay, she thinks I've covered it. Okay, but thank you. I've no issues with the items Member Nkondla has raised. If there are no other issues, then I'm going to go to Member Maseko's hand.
Chair, I was trying to drop it because Member Nkondla have covered me with the issue that we were talking about, that we need to really check what is it that can happen on their space because of, I think on oversight, the issue of SASSA, the Labour Department also is going to be the same response that we might find ourselves that we cannot do anything unless that has been addressed, that how do we engage with the entities that are in national, and also the departments themselves in national that are not in our mandate. But we will see about that. I think it's something that has to go through the speaker to say, how do we engage and take it from there. But I think maybe the members have covered me, Chairperson. Only one thing that I can request is for the skills that are needed within the ports, the harbors, if they can vet that for us, to check what are those skills, and also the skills development center that they do have the intake, and when do they do that, where do they advertise? I don't know how to put that, but it's more of getting information about if there are students out there or the youth out there that are interested, are they going to go about? But the first thing has to be the vetting of what type of skills, for those skills or those courses that are offered in colleges and universities out there, that they know that they can go about when and how. So if that's the only thing that I want to know. Thank you, Chair.
No problem. Thank you. What I'll do is on the issues of engaging with national departments, if I remember correctly, the current committee was most now eco-dev, tourism, agriculture, and they dealt with fisheries, I think, last time and things like that. So I think what we must do is we must just actually go back into our records as to what it was procedurally and so on, how they engaged, because I think we've engaged very well with various different departments in our current parliament. For me, this is an exception now that someone has mentioned it. Actually, I know no person has ever really raised it with me for this particular committee specifically. Then in terms of...
Sorry, Chair. It happened in the last term, but this term there's been a communication that we are getting a bit of a stumbling block. That is why I'm saying that it's the communication we have to go through the speaker so that we address it for each and every committee or portfolio that might need to engage with national. It doesn't become for only this standing committee or for this entity of this, because the communication that came, I think from Human Settlement, was a standard communication, and I don't know, there's another committee that received that communication of go through NCOP. So it's that engagement to understand, like Member Nkondlo is putting it nicely, so I think she knows that we had that communication and we have to get the steps. Where are we pushing our boundaries? Where we are supposed to get answers for our communities for us to serve diligently. So.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is because it's not only affecting this committee, that I must try and find out who must engage on that particular matter. Okay. And then the skills one, am I correct when you're saying that you want the information on things like recruitment, development, advertising, and also the skills required?
Everything, you heard me correctly, and Member Nkondlo's hand is up again.
Okay, no problem. Member Nkondlo, I see your hand.
Yes, Chair. I think as one of the colleagues from Transnet actually made mention that they already have, I think they're busy recruiting, some students or university students. I think if we can just get from them, how do we access such information so that also we can utilize our PCOs to share the information with young people? We know we're sitting with an issue of youth unemployment, graduates unemployment. So it would be good to get such information from them. And I also wanted to support your proposal you made during the meeting about them working closer with DDET, because as we know, and we've received the reports of the skills development programs of DDET that tries to link with the economy. And indeed, if there's going to be, huge investment into our province when it comes to infrastructure, upcoming, development of ports and everything. Obviously, those would really be opportunities for our local youth in particular, to start gearing themselves and participating in those skills. I mean, the issue of boat building and maritime related skills are things that the ordinary young person, other than those that would be, more in the middle income families, or rather wealthy families, would even consider. So I think it's important that I just wanted to say I fully support that kind of engagement with our Department of the WCED, including DDET, so that there is more alignment. I'm not saying there isn't, because I think with our reports we were receiving from DDET does work with some of the state-owned entities and other private partners. I'm just saying I think we really need more of such, so that our young people, become the first ones on the line to actually apply and participate in this kind of project, so that when these projects comes into the fold, they are the first ones with the requisite skills when there is such a recruitment. So I wanted to support that one, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and thank you. You've somewhere put my one resolution there so that I don't need to, but essentially that's yes. I also would like them to engage jointly with the WCED and DDA to find out how they can align the required skills with the pipeline of skills coming in and how they can work together on that. Some of my other resolutions that I would like us to consider is an oversight to the Balkan station, which is owned by Transnet Freight Rail. And then if we're going to do the oversight at the Balkan station, that we somewhat have the briefing on the update of the different things there. If they don't have space, then we can always do it in the chamber and then move to the Balkan station, similar to what we did with the port. But also, if we go into the Balkan station, I would like them to also then brief us as Transnet property, because they indicated that there are some property spaces like Kulenburg that they would like to use for the truck stop. But if I remember correctly, I know other government departments also want to use Kulenburg. So I just want some more information on that. And then they indicated that the Transnet Academy can then also brief us. So I think now that we're talking about skills and the income of skills, and that we want them to also have joint conversations about aligning the skills coming in and the skills that are required, that Transnet Academy should brief us as well. I checked our previous report, and we never asked for weekly reports. We actually did, and I'm going to just read it here. We did ask for monthly, quarterly, and what was the other one? Biannual reports, essentially. And that, for example, if you're getting the report that is quarterly, then, and it's also, for example, for biannual, then you don't need to submit the quarterly one. You somewhere submit the biannual one. So we never actually asked for weekly reports. So my request is that we just, because there was a commitment that they can do those particular type of reports, that we just basically re-requested essentially. And we don't necessarily need to do monthly. We can always say, okay, if it's going to be a little bit easier for you, if you're going to, if it's going to mean that you don't need to put so much effort into the drafting of the report, because we want people to be doing work, not just writing the whole time, then instead we just maybe say, okay, let's do quarterly reports. But that we keep it, please, on the operational matters, that we keep it on the turnaround, because there was a turnaround operation plan. This is what this conversation was about, that we're getting updates on the turnaround plan, for example, the refurbishment and replacement of equipment. It included the costing of the equipment investment needs. It included the cost to maintain and replace equipments. Yes. Those were the things that we actually asked for. So my question is then, okay, can we please reiterate or re-request it? But then instead of monthly, we then maybe ask for quarterly, because then maybe they have more time to be able to put these reports together. Before I go on to my other resolutions, I saw a new hand coming up also. Is that on this particular point? Remember,
Indeed, Chair.
Okay, if it's on this point, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yes, your point that we wouldn't like them to just spend time on drafting of reports. I was wondering whether we shouldn't inquire what reports do they in any case already draft. I can just assume that, every entity in Transnet must regularly, report to the head office or to the board of Transnet, etc. And if we could get copies of existing reports, or reports that are already on their radar, I think that covering the kind of topics that you've just raised that we are interested in, surely they must also report on refurbishment, on capital spend, on delays with capital spend, etc. And I take the point, they don't report to us. We want this from a Western Cape perspective to see to what extent can we assist where there may be bottlenecks or other problems experienced. But if we can perhaps get from them an indication of what the reports are that they could just, I almost want to say, copy to us, and therefore not put an additional burden on them to go and rearrange the information that they already have at their disposal. I think that would make life easier for them, and it might help us to eventually get the information that we require or that we would like to see. Thank you.
Thanks. So in my mind, when we did this previous resolution, one of the things that as an entity, technically you should be writing these reports in the first place. So if you're writing the reports for the different provinces and the national whatever, the reports technically should already be there. So the information we're seeking, I actually think, is less than what they might be reporting on already. So the person, whoever writes the report, should actually be taking out information instead of adjusting it or editing it, so that it's more, just so it deals with the ports that we want to see, for example. Member Nkondlo, is this on the same topic or a new hand? Okay, no problem. I just want to put my other proposed resolutions forward quickly. I did ask for that information on automation. There was a slide that referred to a conference. I'm not sure if it was a study or conference, but there's a slide regarding the different automated harbors and semi-automated harbors. And colleagues, if you remember correctly, we had a conversation about ports and efficient and effective ports and the operations of ports and how we as a committee can conduct studies and try and find out information, so that if we go for international study to on energy, for example, that one tries and pair different things together so that it's not just one particular topic. So I think despite previous research that we've done on ports in Asia, that we must maybe take the slide where they've given us information on different fully and semi-operational automated ports, and that we ask WCBP Research Office just to take the fully automated ones and do research for us on that, on how they operate and what the best practices from those specifically are, instead of doing research on every single one of them. And then the World Bank, we weren't able to get an answer from regarding the meeting, but I would like us to reissue the invite to the World Bank. And maybe the thing is, maybe because it was over, the holiday season, maybe it was recessed there by them as well. Maybe it's just one of those things where it didn't land into the correct inbox. But if we can, maybe I'll ask the procedural office if we can maybe liaise with DDAT and or Provincial Treasury just to find out if they don't have better contacts, maybe for us to contact for information. Because they were the ones who wrote the report, and it would be good to actually get the information on what to do better from the person who writes the actual report. And then I would like us them to add us to their stakeholder email list, because from what I can gather is that is a general email list that goes to stakeholders about please don't bring your trucks today, for example. It's one of those things that they send out to everyone. It's nothing confidential in that. So I would like us to be added to the email list just so that we can stay up to date with the operations, so that it's not one of those things where we have to wait 6 months before we ask some of these questions. And then, let me just, sorry, I wrote it on different documents here. Yes, and they said they are able to give us feedback from their meeting that they have tomorrow with the CEO of Transnet Property regarding identifying pieces of land to transfer to TNPA and the development of that land. So the meeting is tomorrow. So my idea was then if we could maybe then ask them to give them maybe 3 weeks. That's what, 21 days. If they could assist us with what the outcomes was, maybe of the progress there, because TNPA would like to develop in order to have a larger trucking station, storage, staging area, sorry, not stations, truck staging area, that's what they said. And they also want to utilize it for improving the efficiency of the truck turnaround time. And this will also then assist for them with moving from 1 million TEUs to 1.4 million TEU capacity. And then we've already addressed the skills one. Let's see here. Yes, those are all I have. I think the one we maybe have missed is that we just wanted a list of the stakeholders that they engaged with over these different things like WhatsApp and emails and stuff. We don't need like email addresses and cell phone numbers. They can just, for example, write down the names of the different organizations and so on for us, because I think what would be good for us as a committee also is if we have that list, and if we say, okay, let's please invite the stakeholders to also tell us what their experience is with the port. Similarly, what we did with the UIF, we said, you know, if you want to engage with us, here's the advert, here's the public hearing date. You can either put it in writing or orally. And stakeholders, please then come and speak to us to say, this is the industry that I'm in. This is how big I am. These are the jobs I assist with. In creation in our provincial economy. This is the routes I drive with my trucks to get to the harbor, to export things, you know, stuff like that. So that it's essentially also again like a mini public hearing, because that's essentially what we did with the UIF. We had essentially a mini public hearing on the matter to assist with the backlog of delays. So I would like to see, okay, first, what is that stakeholder list? And if we can also engage with those stakeholders going forward on their issues. Okay, are there any issues with those proposed resolutions? Okay, if none, and then I think the last thing we probably should just indicate in the report is just that we did receive a briefing on the cybersecurity attack. Let me just get the agenda here quickly, just so we write it nicely. We did get a briefing on the cybersecurity attack on the ports, that we received the nature and the reason of the cyber attack and the impact it had on the Cape Town port terminal, as well as what is currently being done to address the delays that affected the container terminals in the Western Cape, and the steps to ensure that cyber attacks do not reoccur. That I've read that from the agenda item. If it's okay with the members, can we put that into the report? And we don't necessarily need to express our view on how they dealt with the cybersecurity attacks. Yeah, I just want to get members' views on that quickly.
Fine with me.
Thank you so much. Okay, if there's okay, perfect. Just so that we don't reveal confidential information in the reporting, but just so that we are also accountable by reporting that we did have the briefing on the matter. Thank you so much. And colleagues, I think given the importance that this has been highlighted in our particular province, I think we need to ask the programming committee whether we can actually debate our report. I think it's very rare. It's very rare for us to have something so important before our committee. And I think actually this is a type of topic that's very similar to the UIF. So once we have our draft report before us, once we've gone through everything to make sure that it says what we said it must say, if we could ask programming committee to assist us with something like that, would that be in order with members? Okay, I'm taking silence as concurrence then.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, colleagues, if there's nothing else, I think we've worked well with time today. It is 2:11. Thank you so much for being with us in this very long meeting today, in this very long session. But it has been quite important given the impact that this has had on our provincial economy. And I look forward to seeing you all online tomorrow. Tomorrow is an online virtual meeting, and we'll be relating to tourism. And also the procedural officer has emailed you regarding some logistics for oversight, upcoming oversights in the future. So if you can just respond to her on those particular operational matters, it would be really appreciated. With that, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.